I'm actually just at the end of where I would normally start on a weekday. I know Fridays have always been a little inconsistent as far as my start times. This time I actually have an excuse. I'm doing a game-related project, and unfortunately I don't know how much I can talk about it, which means I should probably just shut up about it now, but I get to use a little bit more of my econometric knowledge using it, and so I was trying to calculate some bootstraps. And for those of you unfamiliar with it, it happens to just be something that can sometimes be very computationally intensive. I didn't really set aside the time properly for that, so I was sort of in the middle of running this thing, and I was watching the time go on, and I sort of decided, well, okay, I've got like a drop dead time where I'll just abandon it and maybe run it overnight. And I sent out a tweet saying, it's like, hey, I'm running some bootstraps. I'll probably be late in starting it. And as is the way of these things, the minute I hit send, it completed and it worked properly. So yeah, I managed to get in a little bit earlier than, or I'm sorry, I managed to get in earlier than I was anticipating, but later than when I normally want to start. And for those of you, especially on YouTube, wondering why I babble like this, it gives me a really convenient lead-in. Really convenient lead-in for the stream to give everybody a chance to stop by. But I also needed to make sure I had the quality options, which I do. So for those of you who can't see the title, we are coming back to Rebel Galaxy Outlaw as soon as I hit the start button. If you are interested in streaming Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, it is currently available on the Epic Store, and I am told eventually on PlayStation, but I don't know when that's coming. But there's a stream-friendly music-only option, and given the fact that there were a number of scares, I have a feeling I'm going to have to lower the volume on this game quite a bit. Oh yeah. I love how loud this game is. I know chat has other views. Okay, I'm going to guess that's the proper... That's as far as I want to go right now. Because again, the fact that this game is loud and has a lot of attitude is, to me, the biggest advantage. But on the other hand, it would be nice if I could be heard. So hopefully, some people will let me know how the game to voice volume is. But yeah, so there was a scare in terms of the. In terms of the music that you'll use on stream. And Double Damage has been good enough to sort of deal with those licenses and sort of package them in a way that says, hey, if you're streaming this game, disable the following songs, and just you have a toggle to click that. If you're playing it on your own, then you get to have all the songs. And this soundtrack is great, as you can hear. So I'm going to enjoy a sip of coffee, not Red Star beer. And the first thing I need to figure out, in addition to the controls, I need to figure out which one of these... I'm trying to remember which one of these I finished on. I feel like the one with less... I feel like the one with less time in it. Well... You know what? Okay. I'm actually gonna tab out. I'm gonna check my YouTube videos to see which one of these which ship I finished my last stream on. I'm sorry to do this. If anybody has an opinion about the game to voice volume while I'm doing this, feel free to mention it. Crap. Oh, did I still... I already named this stream the same way. I'm gonna have to change this. Wow, it was back in May that I was playing this. Okay, well maybe that'll answer it. Nope, both of them are May, so that doesn't help me. 16th sounds a little bit closer. Yeah, last time I played this, it was 8 hours. And I am flying... Sorry, I'm just taking my old video and seeing... I think it's a Sonora. Looks like a Sonora. Oh wait, here we go. I'm at the ship buying screen. Unless I don't buy it. Nope, I got a Coyote. Okay. Does that make sense? Veteran sounds right. Sorry. There one last step. This actually means that I've put more time into my stream save than my personal save. Hey, Glega. No, I've not. Well, I did like a little bit of Obra Dinn, but I haven't done it on stream yet. And hi, how you doing? Sorry about this, guys. I'm trying to find out which save is the right one, and I forgot to turn on streamer mode. Somebody just sent me some messages. I liked it, but I think that that's the same assessment I had when you first mentioned it. Like I'm still trying to figure out how I might do it on stream if I do. Sorry if I seem a bit distracted. I'm going through an 8-hour video trying to find the moment that I bought my ship. And I had it, and then I closed it a bit prematurely. Okay, so this one's showing me a Sandhawk. I don't think I've ever bought a Sandhawk. What's going on here? All right. Okay, yeah. So no, I left the. I think I was considering a different ship, and then I ultimately didn't buy it. So only one of them has a Coyote. I'll admit, it's a little surprising to see the longer playtime, but let's run with it. So by the way, Glager, if you could let me know whether or not the game to voice volume is messed up. It's been a while since I've done this one, and I like the game loud, but I don't like being completely unintelligible to people. So I should be able to see my mission log. Okay, so we got jailbreak, help Martha break Ansel out of the Canterville Supermax in Montana. That's my only mission right now, but it looks like I don't have any other options inside. Shameful. I don't even have a gambling option here. All right. I guess I'll do the mission then. And the biggest thing I want to figure out is the controls. So I suppose actually the fact that I'm not screaming into a mission right away gives me a bit of a head start, so I can sort of fly around and see where we're at. Okay. All right. Actually, I bet if I go under system, here we go. So we've got radio submenus, fire active weapons, cycle, MFD, auto pursue, lock.
This is Randall for 76.
All right, I'm feeling okay about where we at. Ooh, we get a good starting song. Oh yes, okay. There's actually one other thing that I need to. There's one other consideration I have, and that is how to do. Oh no, autopilot's A. Oh, this is a great game, Zenkoshu. All right. Again, guys, if the game-to-voice volume is off, I'd like the game to be loud but not overwhelming. Game sound could be a tiny smidge louder. Oh, that's great news for me. Yeah. So both the original. How's that, by the way? So both the original Rebel Galaxy, which is a little more capital focused, and then this one, which is more individual ship focused, basically took away a lot of the things that kept me from getting into Elite Dangerous originally. This game is purely about all of the fun parts of, holy god, what was that? Okay, nothing that wants to kill me. This works for you? Okay, as long as that works for everyone else, I'm happy. If it's off, though, just let me know, guys. I also don't remember what kind of... I don't remember my secondary weapons. We'll figure it out. But yeah, so basically it focuses on all the fun bits of being like a star captain or an outlaw, if you will. So yeah, even the original Rebel Galaxy, which is available for quite a bit less, has an excellent soundtrack. Although the songs get a little more repetitive. This one they really just swung for the fences on the soundtrack. You will never get tired of the options.
Such a splitting headache.
Okay, so I suppose I can take a look to see if there's interesting things in the area. I can always take a look for. I can always look for like goods to pick up. I'm not gonna try and go to the Red Devil operations, but there might be an idea in terms of finding some work at Pelennor Outpost, just so that I can. I mean, I'm doing a story mission there, right? So being able to do something a little more casual to just find my sea legs again. Oh, okay, that's welcome. Let's see what the distress signal shows me. Mostly I want to see whether or not I know how my secondary weapons work.
Mayday, mayday! Requesting help from anybody in the area. Shit.
Okay. Oh yeah, this is just like riding a bike. I think he's done for it. Oh! I don't know what I was thinking of there. Where's my... Ah, damn it. There's a way to dump my energy into the shields. I can't remember it, though.
It burns.
Oh, I thought he was dead. There we go.
Whew! You got my thanks. It ain't much, but I hope this will help you out.
Phew.
The mid-fight collision should do decent damage to both of you. Indeed. Alright, so I gotta remember how to dump my energy into...
Report any trouble you run into.
Right. So it's transfer Oh, transfer shields to power, transfer power to shields. Okay, I thought there was a better way to... I thought there was a better way to do that, but...
Gotcha.
Let's just see if there's any other goodies in the area. I don't think there is. And I was still gonna head towards the... I was gonna head towards the outpost inside here, so...
Destination reached. Craft inbound.
Docking request received. Automatic landing sequence initiated.
That's the that's where you redirect the power. The like you can empty your reserve energy into shields. That's on the right hand side of the radio menu. All right, so I mean it's only a couple of missiles, but I want to make sure that I'm on top of everything. Let's see if we can get a good price for those. Wow, I'm carrying a lot of illegal stuff. What was I thinking? All right, not a good price for Red Star beer, but I am carrying some counterfeit goods, which are both illegal and there's a good price for them here. So I'll at least get those out. If I want to buy cheap stolen freight, I can, but I don't know where I would sell it to. Okay, let's see what the mission board has. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, like, apparently this, I think when Zenkoshu is mentioning Freelancer, I think kind of the common ancestor for these games is either Freelancer or the Wing Commander series. And I mean, as I mentioned, like, this game really distills the essence of, like, what people might... So, actually, I'm going to take a quick minute to talk about the history of this, because I find it really interesting, and I admittedly... So, we're in a weird spot in terms of gaming, where there's a bunch of people who have sort of lived this... these game experiences, where I'm sort of coming to them being interested in these games and wanting to know where they come from. So, I wasn't necessarily one of these people who grew up playing Wing Commander. I know of Wing Commander through, getting it when it's on, like, a sale for retro games. But one of the things that interests me the most is that, obviously, Star Wars is still hugely influential, and if you take a look at a lot of the video games that get produced, they tend to be ones that focus on Jedi. You've got Jedi Fallen Order, you've got Knights of the Old Republic, but earlier on, you've got also flight simulators, X-Wing and TIE Fighter, for instance. But of course, those games were in response to games like Wing Commander. And what I find so interesting about Wing Commander is that this apparently was the product of Chris Roberts going to see Star Wars when it first came out, being completely blown away by the space battles, and then, wanting to realize that excitement in the form of a video game. And the reason I mention that, like, there's definitely a way of talking about games where it's, the product of this single genius. I don't mean to play into that. But what I do want to communicate is that the influence of Star Wars is sometimes indirectly felt. In one way, a lot of people associate Star Wars with the Jedi and such. But in terms of something that has informed a lot of gaming, it's actually the kinds of special effects that really blew people away when that movie first came out. And those were ultimately the space battles, not necessarily the lightsabers. I mean, not that, you'd be indifferent to that as well, but it's just, I tend to think that if you think about the really big highlights of that movie, it's not really the lightsaber battle between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader. It's, going through the trench of the Death Star. And you can compare that to the prequels, right? Because if you think about the ending of, say, the Phantom Menace, let's say, that's got a huge extended, choreographed fight scene. That one, the Jedi really are sort of at the center of that. Oh, I didn't know X-Wing Alliance was still a thing. Later, Chris Thomas worked on Freelancer, is currently heading his own company for Star Wars. Yeah, I actually I got a pre-order of Star Citizen before they split it into Squadron 42 and Star Citizen separately. But I haven't really been playing a whole lot. But the biggest thing that I wanted to say about this is just to think about when you consider the first movie, Star Wars. You begin with the opening crawl and a spaceship flying through, and a space chase, and then you end that with the big trench run through the Death Star, and you've got this focus on the ships. And of course, in terms of gaming, we've focused a lot more on the Jedi, and I mean, it's understandable, right? Because Jedi make for really exciting, bouncing around kind of mechanics and such. But the seed that seemed to get planted was definitely something that eventually turned into Wing Commander, and a lot of games seem to have been picking up from. I'll admit I'm not 100% sure where Elite falls in relation to all of this. It could just be sort of these parallel stories. So obviously I'm giving an imperfect history. I'm really giving the history as sort of I've been able to piece together through interest in these kinds of games. But what I like now, of course, is that enough things are referencing this kind of material that you have a few different sort of branches and interest, right? So if you want like a big simulation to a point that you can't just hit the restart button if you get lost, like generally Elite Dangerous, you kind of need to navigate through. You can't load a previous save, basically. If you want to go from point A to point B, you yourself are doing that travel. And that can be really interesting, and it can also be really frustrating. So like I can remember my first time trying to like get on a landing pad, or being really frustrated by the fact that the game like faces you into a star. And obviously I've been able to make my peace with that and sort of realize that it's a really interesting game. In the case of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, and even Rebel Galaxy itself, what it's done is it said is like, okay, so what's exciting about these games? Well, it's, in the case of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, it's the individual. It's a Han Solo-ish kind of character, although obviously Juno has her own unique characteristics. It's the individual level in the individual cockpit as opposed to the capital ship level at the original Rebel Galaxy. And, the ports have a certain degree of diversity, but, you want to go to the bar, and it's not necessarily for gameplay reasons, although sometimes you can gamble for ship parts. You get drunk, you get in a fight, you play pool, because these are fun things to do as someone who goes out and does dangerous missions in space and gets to see the world. You've got the space trucker attitude, something that was introduced from, Alien, really. Or even, Dark Star, if you want to go further back. Both were written by Dan O'Bannon. You have all the exciting things, right? You've got the danger, you've got the contracts, you've got sort of this, this cowboyish sort of attitude. A lot of people compare this to Firefly. The thing is, I haven't actually watched Firefly, so I can't make that connection myself. But this is what really appeals to me here, is that the distance between the things that are interesting about being sort of a space pirate, bounty hunter, dangerous cargo runner, whatever you want to say you are, the distance between the things that are interesting about that fantasy and like the intermediate steps that you need to do are minimized in Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, whereas some of the other games tend to go for a more simulation route. So in the case of Elite Dangerous, it's not uncommon for someone to have something else up in another monitor to deal with the fact that, if you're a space trucker, that's going to mean long times on the road, quote unquote. And it's, you need to do something to keep yourself busy. I am actually quite excited for Star Wars Squadrons. I'm very optimistic about it. Zankosha says Elite started in 1984, but part of the marketing was a novel called The Dark Wheel, which contains secrets about the galaxy, some of which are hidden around in later games, including Elite Dangerous. And then more novels were made for Elite Dangerous, and further secrets and hidden things were added to the span of the Galaxy patch for 1.0. That's the kind of thing that pulls you into these games. Yeah, so in the case of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, it's obviously a standalone product. But, you know, in this case, it's got almost... the idea is that you have the degree of freedom. It's not maybe the sense that there's this vast galaxy that's been prepared by, I guess it's Frontier that does... Elite Dangerous. In this case here, they've just given you this nice, you know, big populous is it Galaxy? Whatever this counts as in terms of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. They've given you a series of things that are interesting to do. If you are so inclined to follow the story, you can. But if you just want to run around, like, so for instance, I'm going to play some 8-Ball.
Pretty quiet around here.
Hey there. How about a quick game of 8-Ball?
You know, it's really up to you to decide what you want to make of it. But in this case, it's always to the mind of, you know, you're going to get into space fights, you're going to be a smuggler, or you're going to gamble away your winnings. So here I'm going to do a little 8-Ball, and then we'll properly get onto our missions, because the mission board didn't really excite me that much. Also, it's been a while since I've done this, so I'd kind of like to see whether or not I can still pull off a win. All right, I think that's solids. I have definitely had some very embarrassing losses on this, so... Oop. Ah, God! That's upsetting.
Oh, come on.
It's not letting me fire. Why not? No, I don't want to forfeit. I would like to take the shot, though. Weird. Well, I got it. I mean, I won't complain, but there's something about my trigger that seems to be non-responsive. Okay, so this doesn't set me up for success later on, but... well, maybe the green.
That's a hell of a track, folks. Stay with me now. I don't aim to disappoint.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. This is optimistic, but... hey! I wish Johnny Big Time was there to see that. He tends to be around when I lose. I mean, this could kill me too. Well.
Ah, damn.
Well, fortunately the AI is about as bad as I am at this, so... okay, I can't do anything about the oh, actually, they've definitely put me in a tight spot. Damn.
Damn it.
I'll admit, hearing some of the songs that are playing on the radio right now makes me wish I was out in space, because there's some of these ones I really like fighting to. Ugh! I really should play that. All right, well, you all just got saved.
You were just lucky.
I was indeed. All right. I think, nope, it's just the Merchant's Guild, which I don't really have the cargo space for anymore. So let's just head out. So this is actually a perfect example.
Damn it.
Oh.
Just what I needed.
Autopilot disengaged.
Somebody's
by
coming for me.
hostiles.
That's it for you.
Beauty.
Gotcha.
No, just the one guy. And there's... Oh, hang on. Somebody wants me.
Missile inbound.
I do have countermeasures, but it's a hell of a lot more fun to shoot him in the out of the sky.
I think we're clear.
All right, so it said there was some valuables nearby. It's
Oh,
worth checking
hello
out.
there.
So this is a perfect example about what I'm talking about in terms of
Destination reached.
being able... Whoa!
Resources detected.
Look what wandered into the slaughterhouse.
There's a bunch of mines coming
Hostile
after me.
craft
Bad
inbound.
feeling about this.
Okay, let's...
Resources detected.
Let's see the state of play. Just the one? I don't believe that. Yeah, there we go. But like doing something like that where I'm sort of pushing through. All right, so I'm going through the minefield, but I'm gonna try and, as long as I keep moving fast, they're not gonna hit me.
What are you, blind?
But
Resources detected.
they might. Oh, I got caught.
I'm gonna rip you to shreds. Shit.
Okay, let's dump the shields. So this is one of the reasons why I run with ballistics, because it's pretty light on my. Actually, you know what? I'm already carrying contraband, so. I'm just gonna pause for a minute here and figure out where we're at. So, yeah. Anyway, so there's the autopilot feature, which basically keeps me from having to worry too much about the the long waits between locations. If I want, there is actually a more traditional hyperspace. I can show you that in a minute. I am going to be running through the minefield again, though, so. Okay, you know what? Let's just get those shields up.
Gotcha.
Hold full.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Hopefully they don't scratch the paint. Actually, I'm going to take a minute here and see. Okay, so I've got lots of diamonds, ceramics, multiplayer game. I mean, this is all good stuff. What do I have in my hold? I'll live with what I got. And we did just come from here, so I think in this case we'll go to the Thibodeau station and see. So what I'll do here is I'll do the sublight just as an example. So this is how you'd usually travel in Rebel Galaxy, and there's nothing to stop you from doing this. So this is a little bit, I guess, like the frame shift in Elite Dangerous, let's say. But the biggest thing for me, the reason why I don't use this very often, is one, the cinematics look kind of interesting.
Pilot disengaged by hostiles.
So it doesn't stop me from being hit by the bad guys. That is one tough ship. Oh, that's right. I'm out of space.
This should be entertaining.
Missile.
I don't think I could shoot all of those.
This is
All right, I might have set myself up for a bit of trouble here. Okay, good.
Missile inbound. Missile inbound. Missile evaded. Missile inbound.
There we go. I think I'm learning the game again. So as you can see, like you don't miss out on anything if you do this autopilot. It would still tell me that there's someone trying to hurt me. But in this case here, it just kind of keeps me moving forwards towards my goal without necessarily having to actually walk. So it's like, if you play the old Elder Scrolls games, you kind of have to walk everywhere, at least in terms of Morrowind. I know Actually, I guess the first two didn't make you do that, so I guess it was just Morrowind that did that. I'm going to see what I can sell off at Bonaire Manufacturers.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
Okay, nobody wants to kill me yet. Although there's a bounty detected, eh? I can work with that.
Bounty received.
I think progenitor shards are worth quite a bit, but I'd rather not do the inventory management. Yeah, I should probably talk a little bit about the targeting assist and all that in the game. So there's definitely something that lets you lock onto an enemy. What's nice is that it's not automatic, so you still have to... In this case, you've got your little assistant in terms of trying to match up the crosshairs with the guide. But if you don't like that, if you want a very old school experience, there is a simulation mode that kind of gets rid of everything. I kind of think most of the improvements that they added make for a better game. So in this case, it's not like a jousting match like so many of these games turn into. But for those of you who really like trying to keep on someone's tail, there is a mode that accommodates that. There's also a third-person view, which I haven't done. I just prefer the first person. Similarly, the simulation mode doesn't let you go to third person.
granted. You are now entering an automatic landing zone.
Yeah, honestly, I love this game. Oh, thank you for reminding me of the screenshot mode. If you could just give me a second, guys, I want to take a second here and make sure that I tagged... Actually, maybe you can answer this for me. Did I tag it as Rebel Galaxy Outlaw? Because I'm slightly nervous that I forgot to tag the game properly. I did? Okay, cool. Thanks. I'll show you the screenshot mode. Okay, as always, I'll see if there's anything I can sell. Looks like all of my illegal goods are illegal. And, I mean, the Hitchcock Coronas, it's a little bit higher. I mean, I got it all for free, right? So, I'll clear out the inventory space. I just have slots.
Very nice.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
I am very good at gambling.
Take a seat, friend. What's on your mind?
Only streamer on Twitch for it? Good lord. This is a shame. It's the other thing that I really like about this game, if you guys haven't seen it, so there's the announcement trailer for Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I highly recommend you check that one out. It's actually the opening cutscene, and it establishes sort of the motivation for Juno. So it's been a while since I played this game. So it first of all, just again, another really good song. And it gives you an idea of the feeling of the game without necessarily showing any of the gameplay. So we're after an individual known as Ruth, short for Ruthless, who killed our husband, and basically we've crash landed on a planet, and we're reduced to sort of getting an old garbage scow as our first ship. We've obviously long since moved past that point. But again, where I was talking about, Rebel Galaxy did have a story, an interesting story, but you were always sort of a faceless protagonist, and Juno is your aunt, and she's quite a bit older. This is a prequel to Rebel Galaxy. And the thing that I like is just the shifts of perspective. So in the case of Rebel Galaxy, you have maybe a bigger story. You've got a ship which in principle probably requires a few crew members, which you never really interact with to accomplish the things. You can still be a pirate. You can still be whoever you want in that. And there's a bunch of freedom. But the character only exists inside of your head. Essentially, you just have dialogue options interacting with a few different people. In the case of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, again, this is more of a flight sim. You are first person in the cockpit. You are in sort of fighter class ships. You have an identifiable protagonist. In this case, you are always playing Juno, and Juno has specific motivations for why she is doing what she's doing. And I think what's interesting here is Double Damage have taken the opportunity to do a bunch of individual interesting things. So again, when I'm having these conversations with bartenders, this is something that you could do in the original Rebel Galaxy as well. But I like the fact that in these particular cases, these are sort of just, these are other examples of the type of person Juno is. And obviously you're going to have some say in terms of what her story turns out to be, whether you go sort of the pirate route or the law-abiding route. And certainly whether or not you pursue bounties or, maybe you decide to try and take some choice targets and whatnot, or whether or not you're the type of person who bothers to stop by the bar at all. I just tend to like the fact that at every opportunity, the game has kind of gone down to that micro level. And I don't know, it's something I really like about science fiction in general. There's lots of opportunities. You can have big space operas, but in the end, stories about individual people are more interesting. And so right from that first announcement trailer and what is ultimately the opening cutscene for the game, down to the fact that you're doing individual ship combat or you're doing gambling and, you're sitting across from one person who wants to, beat you at dice. these ideas keep getting reinforced through the gameplay. Does it support a joystick? It does. So the recommendation is gamepad, but it does have HOTAS support as well as mouse and keyboard. My experience from the first Rebel Galaxy was it is best played with a gamepad, and my preference for Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is to play it on a gamepad. It is definitely, in my opinion, better that way. But I also know that Double Damage puts some very specific effort into the controller, the different control schemes for this particular game.
What's the news around here?
You overhear a lot in here. There's a spot somewhere around this location that could be worth a visit. Don't forget the favor now.
Appreciate it.
So I don't have a lot of space. By the way, on the odd chance, I'll get this out of the way now. Do I still have this? Ah, damn it! It's still the Outer Wilds. Ah, crap. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. I forgot to set this up, so sorry to get mercenary for a second, but although if you guys want to buy the Outer Worlds, or sorry, Outer Wilds, you can get it at that link. Very rarely does anybody go through the chat archive and pick up a game through that, but I did want to get my tags sorted out, so is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? I'm sorry for such a slow start to all of this, but I'll admit it's a faster start than I was thinking it would be, for the simple fact that I thought it was going to take longer to learn the controls. Yeah, Outer Wilds is an amazing game. So, no, says the man in the Vatican, it belongs to God. Oh god, I quote that rant a lot. Oh, cool. A few of you have been using this affiliate link. I know Epic isn't for everyone, but I really appreciate it when people do use that affiliate link. So, again, sorry for putting the stream on hold. Okay, tell you what. For those of you interested in the original one, I'm just going to put this in chat. So that's the original game. That's the capital ship one, which I'm not playing. And then Nightbot gets the... Now, obviously, Rebel Galaxy and Outer Wilds are now available on Steam, so if that is your preferred storefront, please feel free to use whatever you want. Well, you shouldn't have to. You don't need me to tell you that. Obviously, buy whatever storefront you want, but if you'd like to credit the stream with a sale, you can use that affiliate link for those games. If you buy them on Humble, there's also the Humble link down below. Oh, come on. Why? Wow, I haven't updated this since the coupon. Okay. But Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, to my understanding, is still in the is still an Epic exclusive. So hopefully this tag works. Great. So that link there, if you happen to know somebody who's interested in the game and you would like to support the stream indirectly, one of the reasons I did get these affiliate links is basically so that instead of donating directly to the stream, if somebody was going to be making a purchase that they otherwise would have done, they can direct a little bit towards my way. And if you don't know anybody who wants to pick up the game, that's fine too, because I'm still going to keep streaming it no matter what. But oh, Outlaw came out on a couple months ago on Steam. Excellent. That's good to know, because I know there's a bunch of people who are sitting like they just don't want to get the Epic Store, which is it's fine. I mean, it's totally their choice, but obviously they've been chomping at the bit to be able to play it. Yeah. Outer Wilds is now available on Steam, so clearly, the affiliate link is an Epic one because that's the one that'll get me the revenue. But although technically, I guess if people want a Steam key now, they can use the Humble link. But I mean, again, there's only so much inconvenience I can impose on people, right? So, all right.
What's up around here? Any advice for someone who's been away for a few years?
If you end up capturing ejected criminals, you can bring them back here. I know the local authorities will pay a small bounty just to have them behind bars.
But yeah, sorry about the time that took. It's not easy for me to change Nightbot on the fly. And as much as I love Outer Wilds, I would at least like to have so the biggest thing is that I can't complain about people not using the affiliate links if I'm not even going to be bothered to update it with the correct game. So, and I know YouTube, I should start adding that to the descriptions and whatnot, but I've changed it now. I don't need to go any further. Now, if I wanted to get bounties and freighters and whatnot, these I can pay a little bit for Target. Bounty might be interesting, but actually, you know what? Yeah.
I'm hoping to collar a few bounties. Know of anything around here?
Sure thing. If you've got the credits, I've got the coordinates.
We'll do one more.
I'm interested.
One more fight.
All right then. I'll send the information to you.
Thanks.
So obviously we paid for the information. That's not just
I'll
free
drop in
money.
the next time I'm around.
Have a good one.
So there's Mercenaries and Merchants Guild. I'm going to avoid these missions here. I think I'm just going to do more of the solo stuff while I pursue the story mission. But I would like to see... So generally the bounties, they seem... At least if I recall correctly, they seem to be... They have a little more teeth on them, so this will see whether or not I can handle myself in a real fight.
Bounty detected.
Oop, not that one. Oh wow, there's 2 bounties. Okay. That looks like a lot of guys.
Look at this. Easy play.
Ooh, okay, that's a capital ship.
Missile inbound. Missile inbound.
Let's get something a little more...
That's more my speed.
Missile evaded.
Stupid commercials.
Okay, let's just get away from the capital ship for now.
Craft inbound.
Come, Fred, little one. This will all be over soon.
Missile inbound.
You will regret that. I'll burn you to cinders.
Aft shields down. Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
Your end awaits you.
I hit him on the wrong side with that one, unfortunately. Okay, still got it. Oh yeah, we were talking about screenshots, right? Where's my ship? So I'm probably too far away from the capital ship to make this sufficiently interesting. Yeah, I can't see anybody. But basically, not only do you have sort of full access to the state of play, But you'll see in the bottom here, there's advanced frame. So you can actually have the game advance while you're trying to set up the perfect shot. The only catch for me is that, like, this is the last thing I'm really thinking about during a firefight. So I think it's a cool feature, but it's not one that I take too much advantage of. Although I'm a little curious whether or not I could get away with a... I wonder if I could get away with maybe something looking a little more... Wait. Is that a capital ship or is that a space station? Can't I just have like a massive depth of field? Yeah, this is too flat. Anyways, I like the fact that they include it. I'll admit, I'll like almost never use it because I'm way too busy having fun in the game.
Missile evaded.
Okay, I don't know what I was thinking doing that, but got a little too enthusiastic. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of missiles. Okay, I'm not being very thoughtful here.
Just try and shake me, buddy.
Missile inbound.
I'm taking a lot of damage doing this. Oh, I missed one.
Missile inbound. Bounty received.
All right. So now we're in position to kind of go to town on this guy. Can I not target him? Oh boy. I gotta make sure I maintain proper distance. Alright. I don't know if that thing's ready to blow, but it sure looks like it. Yep.
Just what I needed. A gaggle of shitheads. Well, that went better than...
Autopilot disengaged by craft
I
proximity.
seem to be in a bit of trouble. I sure could use your help.
Where's the oh.
You've made a serious misjudgment.
Hostile craft inbound.
I was wondering where the enemies were.
Received.
I don't want the iron ore. Alright, where is friends?
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
So I gotta switch out of the shield primary mode, but right now I'm in the middle of sort of a kill ring, so I'm gonna try and ride my shields as long as I can. Nice. I don't know why I keep firing missiles, because usually the kinetics can take them out in time. Okay.
Missile inbound.
I should be able to...
Missile evaded.
Okay.
Forward shields down.
I definitely took a little too much on my armor. I'm gonna have to pay for repairs on the next station, but obviously we'll be able to wrap these guys up in time.
Come on, Juno.
Also, why are we listening to advertising?
Come on, let's hear some music.
Bounty received.
Okay, anything good? Holovids might be worth something. Yeah, I'll just load it up with whatever I can find.
Hold full. Resources detected.
I'm not too worried about the resources just because I've already got the... Okay, so it's a Foss that I'm after. I'm not too worried about the resources just because I don't have my mining drill set up and I don't have a lot of hold space. Alright, this is my bounty.
This is gonna go real bad for you. Screw this, I'm out.
Yeah, I thought so. So I gotta get this guy before he goes into hyper. Yeah, well, that wasn't that hard. We'll stop by a station in the next... Oh, he's got some friends. Okay, I gotta...
Missile evaded.
Yeah, you just try and shake this.
I blew it.
Missile inbound.
That's a kill.
Ooh, there are police in the area. I gotta get out of here pretty quick after this. So let's go for the engines. So, because I'm carrying contraband, the police can and do scan.
Disengaged by distress signal.
Alright, let's help our fellow man. The police can and do scan you for contraband, and I currently don't have any friends on the force.
I seem to be in a bit
So.
of trouble. I sure could use your help.
Is he actually in trouble, or is he going to betray me again? Yeah, that's
I'll see you in hell.
Damn it, an ambush.
Hostile craft entering the area.
Well, I'm glad to see that the AI smacks itself into
TVC.
into asteroids as well. One way they've gotten past the idea of I kind of like the way that they've handled ammo in this. So you do have ammo for your heavy weapons like missiles and whatnot. In the case of the kinetic weapons, like the ones that I'm using here, the crap.
Av shields down.
Oh, come on. Actually, my back shields are looking pretty ropey at the moment. But yeah, so you don't need to worry about ammo for your kinetic weapons. You do, however, need to wait for them to reload. And it can feel like an eternity, but then you get to do shots like that. So far I've been pretty happy with the results. Okay, they are ripping apart my back shields again. I kind of let myself get surrounded a bit too much, but the thing is that I paid for a lot of really good gear on this, and so I can sort of afford to have some damage. Also, I've done a few more bounties than I normally do in this case, so I should be sitting pretty as far as cash is concerned.
Destination reached. Craft inbound.
It's like getting hit by a truck.
Bounty detected.
Well, I can't very well turn down a bounty. Where are you? You can't just tell me you detected a bounty and not show it.
Destination reached.
I seem to be in a bit of trouble. I sure could use your help.
As soon as I found the bad guys. Oh, looks like I found the bad guys.
She fell for it. Get her.
Hostile craft inbound.
Ambush.
Ah! Alright, I'm in trouble now. I'm not even going to worry about taking out its its defenses. I'm just going to go straight into the engines.
Nailed, girl.
Bounty received. Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
All right. This is going to be a little hard to deal with, but
Missile inbound.
I think at this point I'm just going to throw out as much of the heavy weapons as I can.
Our shields down.
Oh, god damn it.
Only the cleverest must survive.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded. Our shields down.
Oh no! I just dumped.
Damn it, no!
I'm in trouble.
Missile inbound. Systems heavily damaged.
So yeah, I just dumped my. What I wanted to do was dump my shields into. Sorry, my power into shields. I did it the other way around, so I need to make sure that I hit the. So this missile I got to hit on the nose if I don't dodge it. I need to make sure that nobody can touch my back for a little bit. No, I'm dead. All right, that was totally on me. I think the reload might be at the.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity. Resources detected.
After the waypoint, we'll head to a station just to unload whatever I can.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity. Destination reached.
Okay, well, no bounty. I feel really bad about losing that one because I don't know. I like it when I get myself into a tough spot. But when I die to something boneheaded like removing all of my shields when my aft armor is ripped through, that's the sort of thing where it's like, if only I paid for a better controller, I wouldn't have to worry about this. All right, so definitely need some repairs. I know I'm not going to be able to sell any of the illegal stuff. And honestly, the prices aren't all that exciting here. I'll admit, I'm a little surprised at my ability to sell stolen freight. So at some point I do need to sit down and figure out where I can get rid of all of this stuff. But for now, I'm just going to keep it in my hold and move on to the next task. We are slowly moving towards the story goal.
Pull up a chair. What can I do for you?
Just passing through.
I feel like this might actually be the same.
What's the news around here?
Same spot I was already at.
The Brust Arms outfit has been hiring up mercs all over the Dodge sector. They've practically got their own private army at this point. It's not like there's any military out here to speak of and barely enough cops to keep a lid on things. I'm not sure how I feel about it, honestly.
Oh, yeah? You got your finger on the pulse around here. Any advice?
If you're trying to earn some scratch, you might want to think about joining one of the guilds. Sure, you gotta pay your membership dues, but the jobs pay higher rates.
Huh.
That is a particular... If you guys are thinking of playing this game, that is a particularly good bit of advice. The difference in terms of main contracts and guild contracts is enormous, and it's one of the reasons you can run around in some of the better ships fairly early on.
All right, see you around.
Although honestly, I actually didn't mind grinding out. I didn't mind grinding out my ship. That was fun. But I have been. I think we're an hour in, and I haven't actually really done the story mission in earnest. So we'll take whatever opportunities come up between systems, but for now, I'm still gonna hop from station to station. It's helpful to get some knowledge about where the market's at, as well as potentially find some places to sell, find some places to sell my my illegal goods. But I'm not gonna go looking for bounties or anything like that. If they emerge, though, I'll take the opportunity.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
As long as it's not a police officer, I'm happy. You can buy.
Disengaged by craft proximity.
You can buy special. You can buy special cargo to.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
All right. Well, can't turn down
trouble.
a pilot in need.
All units, please assist.
Oh, this will be good. I can get a. Basically, this will get me in good with the police.
Bounty detected.
Oh, shit.
Bounty detected.
Oh, hell yeah.
Bounty received. Hold full.
Oh, I thought I'd sold some stuff.
Your assistance was much appreciated.
All right. So that should keep me safe from a contraband search.
Destination reached.
Wait a minute, I think we were already in Louisiana. I'm gonna take a minute and look at the system map.
Someday this thing is just gonna shake itself apart.
Or the sector map, rather. Alright. So I need to get to Montana. Where does this take me? Thibodeau. Yeah, I want to go to New Mexico if I can. And while I'm at it, again, I might as well take the opportunity to try and sell some of the stuff in my hold. A couple of other details I like about the game. So the ship customization is quite a bit more in-depth than you might think. It's basically like a modeling tool, and apparently they are going to be if they haven't already, they're going to be re-implementing the ability to get a 3D model of, like an actual printed 3D model of your ship. I don't quite have the patience to paint my own designs on the ship during stream, but there's a side of me on a private game that's like, when I have a ship that I've really customized and turned into something that I want, I can definitely see myself expending some time to color it and put some special logos and whatnot on it. There was another detail I was going to mention. Yeah, I've lost it. And none of this is worth... Oh, I've got a good place to sell my void. Do we have dice poker? No.
Take a seat, friend. What's on your mind?
Hey, Crack Steve, how you doing?
How's things? Hey, what's the scuttlebutt around here?
You know, I did hear a rumor about something. Some old spacer came in, shooting his mouth off. You might want to take a look at these coordinates.
Thanks.
So hunting for those coordinates generally pays off pretty well. The drawback is, especially because I'm so full of cargo already, and even then, you know, the ship that I've got has only really got 9 slots at the best of times. I'm not sure the time spent searching for them is really the best. And so in this case here, I'm getting them on the odd chance that I wind up, taking a big truck again. But for now, I'm a little more combat focused, which means also I'm going to be doing some more Mercenaries Guild contracts when I feel the need. But I'm, of course, also at a point where I've got quite a bit of money. And so it's a little bit more of a priority to me to find rare gear as opposed to as opposed to sort of top tier at a generic station.
You got your finger on the pulse around here. Any advice?
You can make some decent cash mining, but you'll need a mining scanner and the right extraction hardware if you want to make a real go of it.
Thanks.
I should check too, is the game to voice volume still okay for everyone? I know I struggle a little bit with this particular game.
All right, thanks for the chat.
Given the fact that we've had a little bit of dialogue as well as the fighting. I don't mind turning the game up. It's actually quite a bit lower than what I normally do. I just know that if I keep the game at the default volume for my normal streams, everyone says that the game is way too loud, which is a shame because I play this game at volumes that are probably not good for my long-term hearing health. But the soundtrack's too good, right? Speaking of, I never really talked about the diversity. So, if you like classical,
That's all right.
Destination
oh,
reached.
I didn't want to go there yet. So I think we were just at Lafitte Tech. I wanted to go to Tallulah.
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
Oh, hey there.
Well, I'm not going to turn down a chance to go after a bounty.
I seem to be in a bit of trouble. I sure could use your help.
So try not to hit the ship behind it. There's another cop in the area. I can't get too mad at myself for that one. That was a fun explosion to watch. I don't really want to waste the missile on him. It should be enough. Oof.
You sure pulled my ass out of the fire. Here's something for your trouble.
So what is this game? This game is Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. It's by a company called Double Damage. It's a prequel to an earlier game they made called Rebel Galaxy. Oop, I didn't mean to grab that item, but I should be able to sell it at the next destination. So basically, the original Rebel Galaxy was from a third-person perspective in capital ships. Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is a little bit more first-person and flight sim-oriented. My best description would be if you think of sort of proper space flight sims like Elite Dangerous, what this game does is it takes all of the exciting stuff from science fiction, sort of science fiction stories, particularly the ones involving sort of spaceships and fights and whatnot. I almost crashed. Oh, you know what? I know why I can't go in, because there's a hospital there. Let me just deal with them real quick. Now let me in. Still hostiles. Alright, where are you? Looks like I'm gonna have to clear them all out. Do you plan to play the game after this? I mean, I am playing the game. Which game are you referring to? Because I'm playing Rebel Galaxy Outlaw right now.
Detected.
You just jump right into this whenever you feel like it.
Bounty detected.
Mention it. Oh, the first Rebel Galaxy. Okay. So the first Rebel Galaxy is sort of focused on third-person and capital ships. The current game, Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, is a prequel to that one. I'm only going to be playing Rebel Galaxy Outlaw today, but basically, the difference between the two is that this one is very individual focused. So you have sort of a named protagonist. We're playing a woman named Juno, and it's focused on sort of fighters and from a first-person perspective. And so the way I like to describe this is that rather than some of the other... I'm going to crash. Okay, good. I got the dock in early enough.
Clearance requested.
But rather than something like Elite Dangerous or some of these other more simulator-focused games where if you want to go on a cargo run, you're going to have to do all of the jumps between the systems, and you're going to have to take the time it takes your ship to travel. In the case of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, it's really focused on getting you into the action kind of as early as possible. So if you think of all of the things that make you excited about, Star Wars or any movie with lots of space battles and just general excitement, this is definitely the sort of this is kind of a distillation of sims like that. It's not necessarily to come up with a contrast in terms of saying one is better than the other, but one big appeal to this type of game for me is that it's got a lot of attitude. So, it's got a great soundtrack. Obviously, I put it on classical for a little while, although I like classical, so I'm, that's not a hardship for me. But in this game, you can do some trading, you can do some fighting. We're definitely in a more combat-oriented loadout. Right now, I've just been trying to find some places to drop off my my goods.
What's on your mind?
And the best I can say is this game is really focused on giving you as much of the fantasy of being sort of a pirate or a smuggler or just generally a an all-around space space adventurer, and it's really focused on shortening the distance between you wanting to do something cool and being able to do something cool. So each port you go to, you'll have some gambling options, or if you want, you can just do autopilot to get to the next engagement as opposed to doing hyperdrive and sort of waiting for the distance to be crossed. And to me, that's kind of the big appeal to it. You love capital ships. Yeah, so you might actually want to check out the original Rebel Galaxy then, because that one had a heavier third-person focus. This one, it uses all three axes, whereas Rebel Galaxy sort of takes place on a plane, so you can sort of move forward and to the side, but you can't move up and down, although the fighters that are attacking you can move up and down, so you'll use your turrets to sort of deal with the Z-axis. But... it's two different flavors. Both are excellent games. Both have great soundtracks and a really good sort of attitude. But
talking up something worth a look out at these coordinates.
Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is newer. It looks beautiful, and I actually haven't played it all the way to the end yet. So that's why I'm focusing on this one right now.
Dodge can be a rough sector. There's a lot of pirates out there, but it ain't all that bright. More often than not, you can talk your way out of a serious situation.
Really? See you around.
Take care, friend.
So funny thing is, the only thing we really got to sell, we're still at kind of the net. We've netted out the same amount in terms of what we sold, because I wound up picking up those tracks by mistake. Obviously, I can jettison the cargo that I don't want, but it is all worth something. Like, at the very least, I should just dump it at whatever station I wind up in.
Looks all clear.
Okay, so we should be on our way to New Mexico.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
Better check.
Oh, there was a bounty. I should have checked that out. Can you jettison a human? You absolutely can. So I'm currently not carrying any prisoners, but you can definitely dump out any prisoners that you've got. So what's this game like? Remarkable Frisbee. This game is basically take your common space flight sim, put it so that every time you want to get into a fight or just basically get to the target. Are these valuables or okay? It's not a
classical music.
It's not a bad guy, so I won't worry about it. I am, however, going to stop by the by Hobbs Station. I think they like religious tracts, so we should be able to sell at least that. But yeah, basically.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
Oh, we got some bad guys. Oh, looks like there's a little bit of a firefight. Okay, now that we're into it.
There we go.
Target eliminated.
Damn it!
Okay, he's done. He's not quite dead. I got him. I think there's still one more bad guy in the area. Hopefully I'll get some credit for the assistance, but I don't want them scanning me because I'm carrying a lot of illegal stuff right now. There we go.
I think we're clear.
Alright, so I could enslave or take the bounty for the guy. I'm playing a fairly nice person, so I'm not enslaving anybody. Alright, so anyway, sorry Remarkable Frisbee, I didn't do a very good job of answering the game for you, but basically I'll show you some of the differences after I dock in Hobbs. And Crack Steve has a question. Out of all the sci-fi universes, which one would you not want to be in at all? Oh man, there's so many. I mean, there's a ton of dystopias, so I mean, I suppose the world of 1984 would be pretty grim. You know, I have to assume Fallout probably wouldn't be very pleasant to live in either. Pretty much any post-apocalyptic landscape wouldn't be all that exciting. The Terminator sci-fi universe is fairly grim. Yeah, 40K would be another pretty grim one. You'd say Star Wars, really? And because the biggest thing about Star Wars, I think, is that there tends to be very common jobs that people have. Oh, good. So we did get a good price for the religious tract. So we already sold, quote unquote, our bounty, so we don't need to worry about that. All right, we're slowly making progress in terms of emptying the hold. If you live in 40K, you get to be an orc. How you doing, Paper Dupless? Remarkable Frisbee. This game definitely, the engine of it is the sort of the first person flight sim component. But what they've done is, I think it's best played with a controller, although there is HOTAS support as well as mouse and keyboard. What I like about it, though, is that they've got a couple of little flight assists in it. So, for instance, you can get a bit of a lock on your target. It doesn't line them up perfectly for shots, so you still need to navigate the ship to get some precision in terms of the attacks. But it does sort of stop the jousting matches that you get in some of the earlier flight sims. That tends to happen. It gives you a bit of a shortcut to getting to the parts where the dogfights are interesting. But they're not necessarily, they're not just, hold down button and kill enemy. Similarly, in Elite Dangerous, if you want to do a cargo run, you are waiting the time it takes your ship to go from point A to point B. And that's part of the appeal of Elite Dangerous. Whereas in this game, if you want to do an autopilot, it'll give you a little cutscene. If there are any enemies along the way, or even if there's any ships that are on the way that you would have potentially encountered, it will stop the autopilot. But what it will do is, if there wasn't anything that would have stopped you on a standard direct path from A to B, the game won't stop that. So what I like about this one is that it's distilled the experience of these, of the space smuggler, the space outlaw story down to like all the exciting bits. It's given you as many things to shorten that distance as possible. But if you still want to do the stuff that you might kind of consider to be more of a grind, you have the option. It's just, I don't personally see a reason to do that. You could get killed for not knowing a man's language. Okay, that's a fair one. People have died for less in a more down-to-earth game like CK2. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that most sci-fi universes that we encounter tend to be ones in which we only get to see the exciting stuff. So like you don't get to, when you play a Warhammer 40k game, you tend not to play it from the perspective of, you know, one of the thousands of deckhands or one of the people who, you know, whose soul is sort of absorbed in the Golden Throne or something like that. You know, when you play a Star Wars game, you're not someone who spends their entire life as a moisture farmer on Tatooine, like, you know, covering your expenses. You're the smuggler on Tatooine. So, the biggest thing that I would say in terms of the least appealing science fiction universes would be ones that are structured in such a way to kind of communicate particular dystopias. So, you know, Cyberpunk, I suppose it at least allows you the possibility that you're one of the people who rejects the structure of society. You don't become a corporate wage slave. Although I think the majority of us probably would be, you know, people who are just doing day-to-day jobs, working at sort of the equivalent of a cyberpunk Starbucks. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, 1984 would be particularly unappealing to me, because I suspect I would be much more of a Proel or, you know, someone like Syme in the canteen sequence than I would be, you know, an O'Brien.
What do you say?
Hey, how about a game?
So here's a good example about where this doesn't necessarily have any benefit to the main plot, but this is the sort of thing that is appealing about being a space smuggler, right? You want to go and you want to see new places and you want to gamble.
What have I got to lose?
Let's do it.
Okay, I didn't hear anything sync. I don't think I'm coming out of this with my money. I kind of feel like I'm better off dealing with this one first. Yeah. Now I can work the purple and the orange. I'm trying to get to 25, but I don't like that. But I'm making some pretty heroic assumptions about that green, so oh god, I hope this works. Nice. Oh, am I gonna scratch? No. You really shouldn't be typing while jumping between. All right, so Zen Koshu's. Did you start playing Elite Dangerous because you saw this, or were you playing it when you signed in? I actually really need to get back into Elite Dangerous. I was really turned off by it originally, but I kind of got into it, and then just something else came up, and I never really came back, but saw this and got the itch. All right. Oh, I think... Oh, no, we still got it. I saw that number change really rapidly all of a sudden, and I wasn't sure what was going to happen. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it work with the yellow. Let's see. Ah, damn it.
Damn it.
That might be a gift to me. I kind of want to try something with the green, but... Okay, I was hoping to do something with the blue, but it didn't quite work the way I wanted. Well, I don't really think this is going to work, but let's give it a shot. Yeah, I probably should have put some more time into... There's a precision, if you hold down, I think it's the left trigger, it'll give you a little more precision. I almost never use it, and every time I screw up a shot like that, it's usually because I haven't taken the time to refine the shot. Mind you, I'm pretty rotten at this. I'm pretty rotten at pool, both in real life and in this game, so even if I had all the advantages in the world, I'd still probably blow it. Let's see if we can make this work. Nope. Fortunately, the AI is struggling like I am. Okay, so I do get the option to move the ball. I don't know if that's going to help me too much here, though. Because that's going to be particularly embarrassing, too, if I screw up the shot. Oh! Okay, surely at this point, I just need to give it the... You're kidding me. If I gave it more strength, I probably would have just gotten it with the ball bouncing back. Okay. This is the one, finally. I'm actually going to do 60 to try and make this thing bounce back, too. What? Oh, no.
Come on.
Sorry, that probably blasted out everyone's ears. I don't think there's anything I can do with the blue here. So I'll be honest, I'm scared to death of like banging this thing against the wall and having it in a less than ideal position. There we go. Yeah, this is now the official System Shock bad at pool stream. Okay. I don't think I have much hope with that 8-ball, but...
Dang it.
Hardest 970 credits of my life.
Game.
Any plans about what to stream after this? I mean, my Fridays have been kind of open lately. I was debating on doing Total War Troy again, because I really enjoyed playing it. I'm just trying to decide whether or not the tutorial campaign's really worth streaming again, because the drawback is that it really does feel like they hand you everything on a silver platter, and I feel like I'm making some really questionable tactical decisions, but I'm not really paying the consequence for it. So, you know, I'd kind of like to see the thing through, but I don't know if I want to do that on my own time or not. I have some, like, specific ideas about some games that I'm going to put, like, a lot of time into when I've got my Wednesday cast open again. But right now I'm focusing on Cultist Simulator for that, so I'm taking my Fridays as a chance to sort of clean up some old games that I've been playing and I've been enjoying, but I haven't necessarily had the time to really see through to the end. So like XCOM 2 is an example of that, Darkest Dungeon. And in this case, Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is something I've always enjoyed. Every time I've sat down and played Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, I always wonder why this isn't just my automatic choice of a game to play. And so that's kind of why I decided to do this one today. I'll admit, this might be the first stream that I do that doesn't involve me going like 8 hours. Because I did a lot of this on stream when the COVID-19 pandemic was starting. And so at that time, my workplace really wasn't in a good state to like basically give me any work to do. And so my bedtimes were getting really erratic. And as a result, I had a little bit more free time for streaming, which is not necessarily good. Yep, I've done Darkest Dungeon in the past. I haven't beaten it yet, but I do intend to come back to it. I actually did Crimson Court for the very first time ever on stream, and I really regret not doing it earlier, because Crimson Court is a really good DLC. All right, so as before, we're gonna visit whatever stations I can get to try and unload some of my contraband. I suspect because we're in more core systems, there's probably going to be less demand for.
Disengaged by hostiles.
There's going to be less demand for my my unsavory goods, but at the very least, I'm going to be able to free up some cargo and get some prices when I figure out what other trade routes I want to do. There we go.
Phew.
Destination reached.
Can you play this with the HOTAS without all the auto-aiming? Yes, you can. I do think that...
All smooth flying on
I mean, there's a straight-up simulator mode that you want. So the game supports keyboard, controller, and...
looking for a green light on a docking bay.
Keyboard, controller, and HOTAS. I will definitely say that controller is the best. So I do have a HOTAS, and I gave it a shot with this one, but I wasn't quite convinced that was the most exciting way to play. One of the things I like about the assist is the idea of so in terms of the precision of the attack, you still need to navigate the ship on your own. What it does do though is it gets rid of sort of the jousting match. But if you turn it on to sim mode, I believe it completely disables the third-person view. I don't know if sim mode disables any kind of assistance whatsoever. But yeah, they definitely... So, I mean, Double Damage, I'm pretty sure there's an interview with them where they're talking about how they really wanted to capture some of the stuff that they like the most about playing Wing Commander and stuff like that. Now, I think their feeling, and I think they're right on this, is that there's a lot of things that you can do to just make the game more interesting to a modern audience. And this is why I'm into this game. But if you're someone who maybe is a little bit more nostalgic for some of the old school style space sims, and and again, you kind of pick your degrees of engagement, right? So if you don't want to do autopilot between your waypoints, if you want to do the hyperspace, if you want to wait for that, or if you don't want any aim assist at all, there's definitely modes that do that. To me, I think the game is a little bit more interesting when you take advantage of the tools that they've given them, because to me, I don't necessarily feel that it takes away from having to properly, like, to me the auto aim. So auto aim is not a bad term. The aim assist, I guess. I like it because there's still a degree of me having to sort of push push things through to like to actually make the kill. But again, if you want a bit more of a purist experience, I think they put a pretty specific priority on making sure that those options were available. And I mean, in the end, the way I like to play games is not necessarily the way that everybody else is. So yeah, the simple answer to your question is you definitely can. Oh, cool, Wyvern's Hill. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is that I don't have any nostalgic views of these kinds of games.
Hi there, take a seat.
So, like, I'll try and give you a couple of examples of some of the ways that I think the game gives some assistance. I'm just gonna get some info here.
You know, I did hear a rumor about something. Some old spacer came in, shooting his mouth off. You might want to take a look at these coordinates.
I appreciate it.
I'll try and find like a small fight where I don't feel like my ship is at risk.
What's up around here? Any advice for someone who's been away for a few years?
There's a friend of mine who stops in from time to time, flies this old heap. The way she tells it, she can make that hunk of junk sing with some careful power management. Something to think about anyway.
Thanks.
Oh no, that's fine. But I mean, the biggest thing is that, you know, I bought this game on sale.
That's it for me.
I like sharing games like this, and you know, it's not. I don't really see that my job is necessarily selling it for double damage. But on the other hand, one of the most rewarding things about doing streaming is every once in a while, you know, you have a game, somebody comes in and says, "Hey, I tried this thing out because you were streaming it, and I love it." So whenever people ask questions like, you know, what are some of the options you have inside of the game? To me, that's an opportunity to sort of show off exactly what the game is like and why, why I think something works a particular way or it doesn't. Because in the end, that lets me understand the game a bit better as well. So obviously a bunch of people have come in and asked, you know, what is this game? Why is this game interesting? Okay, here we've got a hostile. So we'll actually, here, I'll give you the first example. So some people don't necessarily like seeing all of the cutscenes. So, I've got autopilot inhibited right now. We'll get past that. All right, so now I'm going to do the sublight. Or maybe it won't let me because I'm too close. Yeah, he's only 79k away. So I'll autopilot to the target.
Destination reached.
So what I'm doing here, I'm going to hold down the lock on to enemy option. So you'll notice that gradually it starts putting me in the proximity of the aim assist, but at no point is it actually putting me in a spot where I can credibly take this guy out. What I have to do now is actually guide my ship to take the guy out. So now I'm in line. As it was, you know, everybody else kind of did the work on him, so that was a short engagement. Oh, but we got some more enemies, so. And we've got good fighting music, so.
Feel free to assist, citizen.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm not going to do any lock-on to the enemy and see how well I do without the assistance. Pretty well, it turns out. So for the rest of this combat, I'm not going to use the assistance. I'm not going to go after that capital ship quite yet. So basically it helps you... Yeah, exactly. If you just try and rely on that thing to take out the enemy, you'll get lucky. I mean, eventually stuff's going to cross over your... crosshair just because ships are moving all over the place. But it definitely doesn't do the work for you. And it's particularly helpful because you basically get, I think, like 25% in terms of your speed changes. So what I like using it for the most is just to keep distance. So, oh, that thing's going to go up like a Roman candle.
Nothing left but dust.
All right, so there are police in the area. I'd rather not have them do a scan on my ship. We already went to... Yeah, we were already at the base. And this is Boulder Tech. Yeah, we should be able to sell some stuff there. If you want the real purist experience, you'll notice that there's an aim assist. Let's go to the... No, this is going to be a hard one for me to show without...
Destination reached.
How's the main story? Is this more do what you want? You can do it both ways. There is a main story. I think it's a bit better than Rebel Galaxies. Rebel Galaxies was perfectly interesting, but this one, actually, you know what I might do? Let me take a minute. I'm going to finish this job.
disengaged by hostiles.
Okay.
Hostile craft inbound.
Let's deal with this one here.
Ah, shit. Ambush.
Key received.
I don't think we have anybody else coming after me. I think I need to pair up with the guy, though. Yeah, Rebel Galaxy and Outlaw are two different games. Oh, crap. Sorry, I didn't notice the guy. So, I'll just talk about aim assist for a little bit. So you notice there's that orange...
the coast is clear and the flying is easy.
that little orange target.
Just need to pair up.
So this one here, that can actually be disabled as well. That's definitely... That's like when I first played the very first Wing Commander after buying it on GOG. That was definitely an experience. I definitely like the computer targeting assist.
Thanks for your help. Let me give you a little something for it.
Destination reached.
But double damage definitely seemed to be pretty committed to. Definitely seemed pretty committed to.
The answer is when it's this delicious. Been to one of our many convenient locations.
Destination reached.
It's a sure shot.
Sorry, the commercials are really distracting. But yeah, like if you want the purest experience, it seems to be they really meant it when they said they'd take out take out all the assistants. But yeah, so Rebel Galaxy is capital ship focused. In that case, you. In this case, in Rebel Galaxy, the capital ship focus means that it takes place on a plane. So the fighters move along the Z-axis, but only your turrets can shoot them on the Z-axis. The main character is sort of this faceless character. Juno is in the game, so I'm playing Juno Markev, who is the aunt of the main character in the main Rebel Galaxy, or in like the original Rebel Galaxy game. But Juno's quite a bit older in that one. This game is a prequel. So again, I've said this a couple of times, so apologies for those who've been here from the start who sort of want to talk about new stuff. But again, I want to try and be as good of an ambassador for this game as I can. But basically, I'd like to say that the two... So I love both games. And I think both sort of follow this idea where if you like space sims, they sort of shorten the distance between the stuff that's interesting in the fantasy that you're playing and the stuff that you find interesting. So where, Elite Dangerous is all about the fact that you will have these endless runs of like exploring unknown parts of the galaxy, or, doing long haul trucking really means that you're actually going to be flying through all those systems. This one here, if you want, you can do a lot more of the, I hit a button, if something interesting would have happened along the way, it'll stop the autopilot, but otherwise I'm just going to get a cutscene that says, time passes and I'm on to my next fight, which I think is a little more interesting. Now, as far as the main story is concerned, we are sort of moving towards one of the main story missions right now. I've run into an old friend called Marla, and I need to help her break out someone out of a maximum security prison. But while we are talking about the main story, I think the emphasis of this game can probably be described through what's the best way to do this? I think if I just mute everything, yeah. The opening cutscene of the game is really good. And it was actually their announcement as well. So I'm going to take a minute. I might as well just show you what it looks like, because I'm a little sad that you don't get to see it every time you load up the game. Galaxy Outlaw. No, there might have been some improvements that were made to the animation between this announced trailer and the actual cutscene that you see. I seem to think that there's a couple of details that got added. No, it's currently an Epic exclusive, although it's probably getting near the end of the year. And then I believe there's a console version coming as well. Obviously, this is from IGN, but I'm hoping. I mean, it's advertising for the game, right? So, anyways, this is what the opening cinematic's like. I'm gonna turn the volume up a bit. Yeah, so I mean, the thing that I like the most about that opening animation is that I think, in my view, it really communicates the difference of perspective from the original game and the this prequel. When you have capital ships, it's large numbers of people doing things. So even though you are playing a main character, you don't get to see what your main character looks like or anything like that. In this one, you've got Juno, a specific woman with a specific set of priorities. In this case, it's avenging sort of the murder of her husband by the fellow with all the rings, Ruth, short for Ruthless. And so, if you want to follow that main story, you can. That seems to me to be the most interesting way to play the game. But you're not under any obligation to follow it. I mean, flying around, blowing up ships is interesting enough in its own right. I don't really want to spend too much time talking about the Epic Store stuff, because the thing that I find interesting about it, like, my view on it is that, you know, I've got my preferences for storefronts, and just as I tend not to really communicate them every time a game comes up, I sort of think that probably the same would apply for everyone else. What I do think is interesting, though, is that you mentioned GOG. Between Epic and GOG is actually a company that tried to refuse to pay me for the the affiliate sales that I gave them, they didn't tell me that it was actually coming out of the developers' 70%. So they weren't getting 70%. They were getting the 30% GOG cut. And then they were taking off of that 70% the commission I was getting for the sales. They tried to take that money away from me. And after just going through probably a month of email exchanges with them, this year when I did my taxes, they gave me a tax statement that claimed that they had paid me 3 times as much as what they ultimately did. So the thing that I find really interesting is, like, obviously everybody talks about the Epic Store and whatnot, and it's really not the place to go into that kind of litigation here. But my job, I mean, I'm obviously a really small fish, which is exactly why GOG felt that they were able to get away with that. But what's so interesting here is that out of all of the storefronts that I've had, the Epic ones I actually think have had the most developer-friendly terms, and they're the terms under which they've been much more transparent in terms of where the revenue share is coming from. Now again, however people feel about exclusives is up to them, but the one part that I do want to do is whenever the opportunity for that story comes up, I definitely need to communicate. Epic is not the only storefront that's doing stuff that is people would consider to be a harm. It seems to me that taking content creators, taking money from the people who are developing the game in the name of a content creator, and then ultimately trying to pocket it, to me is the far greater sin. It's why I'm essentially not buying anything off of GOG anymore. Yeah, I have receipts, by the way, for anybody who doesn't believe that. However, I am 100% not putting my personal information on that, so there will definitely be that part covered up. But yeah, no, like I mean, I've been on the GOG channel, and for a while we seemed to sort of hit this equilibrium of like, okay, look, like, I mean, my view on it is like, you guys tried to get away with something really lame, but in the end, you kind of came around and you didn't do the lame thing. So because I have a couple of people who are still involved with GOG that I generally get along with, but then they pulled the tax nonsense, which was very clearly designed to inconvenience me, and I don't know if they're trying to get away with some kind of nonsense with Polish tax law doing that, because obviously if they're claiming that they paid 3 times as much to me, they're going to be claiming that as an expense, and so as a result their profits are going to be lower than what they actually were. And I'm assuming if they multiply that over the number of people that they ultimately close the contracts with, that's gonna add up. But the biggest thing is that as soon as they did that, it was like, okay, well, I don't really feel any obligation to keep quiet about this. Like, these guys are still playing games, so to speak. And so, I don't want to. It's not like I start every stream with 15 minutes of hate on GOG's practices. But whenever the conversation about storefronts and their behavior comes up, I need to be honest about it. It's like, I understand why people dislike Epic, and I've written a lot about the dynamics of the different storefronts. But I definitely have my personal experiences, and then the ones shared from developers from me, because definitely some smaller developers have said it's very hard to get paid by GOG on time. But of course they have the reputation because they, bring back Diablo or Blade Runner or something like that. They kind of get the good guy reputation. While it's easier to hate on Epic because, there's a game that you really like, and a year from now, you have to play it a year later. Can you ask what game you put out? Oh no, I mean, Wyvern's out. This is a hobby, right? So I'm not gonna like. Like, yeah, if I was like losing my house because of that or something, I'd be a lot stronger on the issue. But the thing is that like everybody's gonna have their own tastes. Like, I like using Apple products. For the majority of my life, I have a bunch of people telling me that I'm stupid and I just like wasting money. I'm not going to tell somebody who likes using an Android phone. I don't think there are any BlackBerry users anymore. That they're stupid, or they like viruses, or they just want to steal apps for using the device. Because in the end, it's a personal preference. And if people don't like the practices of a storefront, obviously they're going to have to vote with their wallet. If they don't like Epic exclusives and they feel that the way that they can communicate that with Epic is to not buy those exclusives, I have no business telling them whether or not they should or shouldn't be doing that. In my own case, the best I can do in that environment is to inform consumers about their own choices. And so as a result, for the GOG stuff, it was, I speak to my own personal experience, and, I share that bit, and then people can decide whether or not my anecdotal experience is enough for them to decide whether or not they want to play a game. Because, I mean, let's face it, some people want to play the original Warcraft. Some people want to play the original Diablo or Blade Runner, right? There's a bunch of exclusives on GOG where that's the only game in town. And in the end, I'm not entirely sure the fact that I had a bad experience with them isn't necessarily enough for me to say you guys should never play those games. I mean, they're really good. But obviously the fact that I'm playing Rebel Galaxy Outlaw has already said that I'm pretty tolerant when it comes to certain storefronts. I maybe have a particular dislike of GOG, but that's my reasons for not shopping GOG are pretty much exclusive to me. I think there's maybe a subset of maybe less than 1,000 people who can say they don't buy GOG for the reason that I do. Now you were saying what game you put out? Like I haven't actually. Okay, I've technically put out a game, but not one that you could buy on GOG. It was a free one. It's just the developers that I've talked to that have said if there are some bigger ones who've said, we haven't had a problem with GOG, but yeah, we've definitely heard from smaller people that it's harder to get paid. Some smaller people I've heard, they can say it's like, I got on GOG and I regret it. It doesn't get me a whole lot of money, and they never pay on time, and there's always a fight. But my only financial dealings with GOG have only ever been hawking products for them. I'm just going to take a minute here and catch up with some of the chat, because I've talked to a lot of people about Epic and exclusivity as a whole. Exclusivity is not bad. It is competition, which commerce is always welcome. When it's an exclusive that was stated upfront for Platform X and then was dropped for a bunch of cash and now is exclusive to platforms, and that's all you're going to go into. Cool. Cranky says, the thing leaves a poor taste in my mouth. You think it was Borderlands 3 that's out on Steam's front page for 6 months and then decided to be a time exclusive with Epic. And a few others that were Kickstarter games. Yeah, I mean, I've covered a lot of this stuff on blogs and such, so I want to make sure that we cover the conversation properly, or that people feel like they've been heard on that, but I'm definitely not going to relitigate the Epic stuff. I think it's best for me to just leave it at, I'll inform people about the stuff that I think is relevant to me and underheard. And then obviously, the fact that I have an Epic affiliate link and a Humble affiliate link is not me saying you must buy from those stores. If you feel comfortable buying from those stores, that's a way you can put a bit of money in my pocket for a purchase you would have already made. If you want to support the stream directly, the donation button will always give me the most, or you can sub like Olaf T. Harry. But for the rest of it, honestly, it's, the process of buying a game and enjoying a game, part of it is playing the game itself. Part of it is part of being in a community, right? And if your tribe, if your community is, I don't buy stuff on Epic, I'm not going to discount that as part of the experience. Or, I really just like having all my games in one place, and that's why I prefer Steam. That's another perfectly legitimate reason. The fact that it's even mildly more inconvenient to you to buy something on Humble, and that's why you don't use the affiliate link. Like, I've never felt bad about whether or not people use those links. Because in the end, it's your money and it's up to you to decide what you want to do with it. But I do kind of want to leave it at that, because I know like every time I talk about Epic, I either wind up pissing off a lot of people, or the stream kind of gets lost in a quagmire and people just want to see the game. So and I also owe why no one seems to write about the GOG stuff, Wyvern's Hill. It's just because it's all small people, right? Like, you know, I'm not a partnered streamer. I did reach out to there was actually a gaming journalism site that I was in touch with over the issue, but then like GOG paid me in the end. I mean, the tax stuff is a whole bunch of nonsense, but like the moment had kind of passed, and obviously if I bring it up now, it's going to be a lot harder to get in touch with all of the with all of the other people who might have been affected by that. So, the fact of the matter is that GOG is small potatoes, and at least most recent, maybe now they've turned it around, but it was losing a lot of money. So they might have turned that company around now, but like their market share is very, very small. And so in the end, like it's just not that big of a story. If you were to find out that Steam were doing that, they'd be strung up, but they're not doing that as much. And there's a lot of other things that developers complain about with Steam. So there's only so much. There's really only so much sort of bandwidth for stories like that. Because I mean, in the end, we like playing games, right? We don't like talking about them always. Olaf says, "Well, if you're catching up with chat, I'm I'm a breaks lurk hits button." Thank you so much, Olaf. That's great. There's actually a few of the people you bought subscriptions for my birthday stuck around too. So thank you for buoying the subscription count. That meant a lot. Anyways, sorry. Like I said, I was gonna close the storefront stuff. If you guys want to talk about the storefront stuff, please feel free to do that in chat. It's just that I mean, if you want, there's a few. If you go to systemchalk.ca, or if you go on my Twitter account, I think there's also a link to the blog down below. Like if you do a search on my blog for Epic, you can definitely see some of the stuff that I've written in past about it. Some of it's a little bit stale. But I think most of it this is the thing that's nice about my articles. They seem to age reasonably well. There aren't too many there's one that I could think of, and I'm not going to say which one it is because I don't want people reading it. There's one that I think I've debated about removing it from the site, and I think it's better to keep my failings public. But if you guys do want to know what my thoughts on sort of the store wars are, it's not that hard to just do a search on it for Epic, and I think most of the stuff that I've written is available. It doesn't mean you have to agree with it, but it's a better way than me saying the same thing over. I think like every Rebel Galaxy Outlaw stream has probably got like an hour-long discussion about Epic because it's the only storefront it's available on. So.
You got your finger on the pulse around here. Any advice?
A mining scanner and a mining laser or turret are a requirement if you plan to mine.
Also, I owe a couple of shout-outs while I'm in port. I'm gonna shout out Uncle Cranky, who was playing Dark Souls most recently. And Cranky's got a huge love of Dark Souls, so if you want to see him really in his element, definitely check him out when he's doing that. He's also been playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, along with a few other select titles. But I do sort of feel like Cranky's in his element when he's playing sort of the Souls-like, or maybe even just third-person action games, I think is maybe the better and broader description for that. He's also in New Zealand, so if my hours don't quite work for you, he's definitely someone who... Yeah, and actually, Wyvern's Hill, I mean, the other thing, too, is that there's a few people waiting for this on... There's a few people waiting on this thing to get a console release too. So, and I suspect that might be a little bit earlier than the PC storefront. So the best I can say is if you see it on a storefront that you like using, and that includes GOG, I'm not going to take it personally if you stay on GOG. Just wishlist it, because obviously that's going to give the developer some information in terms of where people want to play their games. And in the end, if developers are told through wish lists, I want to buy your game, but I don't want to buy it on this other thing here, they're going to be able to update their business plans accordingly. So yeah, I encourage you guys, if you're interested in Rebel Galaxy Outlaw and it's just the storefront that's holding you from it, like, make sure you take advantage of the wish lists. One, it lets you know when you're able to buy it. Number two, it communicates something to the developer for sure. On top of that, we've got Olaf T. Harry in here. Now, what I'm going to do here, we were talking about my blog. So Olaf is a mod for Miss Ariella, also a great patron of Miss Ariella. He occasionally streams himself, but I know him through
So, what are we playing for?
through Ari better.
What do you say? Up for a game of dice, poker?
And yeah, basically you redirect your hate and anger towards Prime Gaming. But yeah, Miss Ariella, again, another Southern Hemisphere streamer. So hours are a little bit different from my own. And for those of you who always keep coming into the end of my streams, or anybody who runs into to odd hours, I can see Wyvern's Hill saying it's 4:15 a.m. You have my deepest sympathies and greatest appreciation for you hanging out so late. For all I know, I'll stop playing this game at 4:15 myself. Ariella is definitely another streamer. I'll actually particularly shout her out because I think she's the only streamer who's ever read my blogs out loud. And I think it, like, for one of them, it tripled the readership. I don't get my stuff read a lot, which is a shame because I think it's worthwhile. I mean, it's obviously me evaluating myself, right? But I actually think the blog as a whole, I think they're reasonably well written or argued, even if you disagree with them, and most people do disagree with them. So I wanted to particularly, I mean, she's worth watching on her own, but I wanted to highlight that feature just because she has actually taken the time to highlight something that I put some effort in, but don't always see the return on, and it's one major reason why I appreciate a lot what she does.
Sure, that sounds pretty good.
All right.
All right, then.
Let's
Let's
see what you got.
if I can do any good dice. Oh, that's actually pretty good. All right, we're both 2-pair, but I've got the higher one, so I think we're both rushing for the full house.
Let's see here. Heck yeah.
Get wrecked.
Damn, I'm losing my edge.
I think that's all I got time for.
I'll admit, I really like the port stuff in this game. Like, to me, it's because they don't have the budget to, like, do vast landscapes or anything like that. The fact that I can go to a port and that there's, like, different kinds of gambling and different interactions that I can have, to me is sort of the next best in terms of being able to sort of get the adventure of going to all these different exotic locations. Yeah, I mean, I've never played Freelancer myself, but I sort of feel like Freelancer is definitely the kind of the common ancestor for a lot of these games that oh god, I love this song. I want to go and find a fight specifically so that I can
Destination reached.
Oh, that's really cool. I should check out Freelancer then. Oh, here's my fight.
You're making a big mistake.
I'm probably gonna wipe him out before the song gets to the good part, though.
Missile inbound.
God damn it, I'm getting sick.
Missile evaded.
Yep. By the way, I have to admit, I don't do this on stream. When I play this on my own, I 100% sing along with the soundtrack. Yeah, actually, Wyvern Sail, I don't know. It's hard for me to make the recommendation because it's not a flight sim in this case. But I actually think if you've not played Rebel Galaxy, you'd do well to check that one out. Because it's capital ship focused. Again, it takes place on a plane and it's a third person perspective. But that might be something that tides you over while you're waiting for this one to come out.
God damn it. Just what I needed.
Destination reached.
Oh my. Easy pickings.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
I'm okay picking up the bounties. I don't think I'll pick up the religious tracks though.
I think that's the last of them.
Okay, so this is my destination. Ah, okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
Beginning a contraband.
Ah, crap.
Hold steady, citizen.
I hope my reputation with law enforcement.
Contraband scan reveals illegal cargo. Local units engaged.
God damn it.
Let's put some more marks on the kill board.
Nope, I don't want to shoot police.
A distress signal has been sent.
Damn, it's the cops.
Craft entering the area. Destination reached.
I mean, I am flying next to a Supermax facility. I don't know exactly what I thought was going to
See it up
happen.
ahead? Once I give the signal, start raising a ruckus with those turrets. It's gonna get hot once they start scrambling units. But I've got some jacks waiting outside the belt who are gonna swoop in and help you with the heat.
All right, be careful in there.
So the mission that we're on right now, help Marla break Ansel out of the Canterville Supermax in Montana.
Canterville, this is Unit 61A coming into dock.
Canterville Control, you're cleared to land.
Juno, I'm in the bay. Hit it.
What am I hitting?
Here we go.
Cause a disturbance.
This is Canterville Control. We are under
Oops.
attack from an unidentified craft. Scramble units and engage.
Missile inbound.
Let's get something a little more peppy.
Juno, it's like a kicked anthill in here. I found a computer terminal and I'm looking up the cell block. Just keep them busy.
Craft entering the
I'm
area.
trying. Not a lot of time to talk, though.
I need the appropriate tunes. This works.
Oh, you're done.
Missile inbound.
No, it doesn't.
Anything worth a listen?
Did they all just decide to do slower songs?
Missile evaded.
Jesus. I might have to start killing people.
This is an act of aggression against the Dodge Sector Police Force. It will be met with deadly force.
Missile inbound.
They're hitting my tail again. Ah, crap, there's more than one.
Evaded. Shields down.
Oh, this is bad.
Missile inbound.
Yeah, I'm not...
Evaded.
I don't think I'm going to be able to survive most of this.
Come on.
All units attack my target.
Please don't.
Missile inbound. shields down.
Gotta be careful with the aft.
Missile evaded.
Okay, screw it. I'm tired of taking so much damage.
Shields down. Our shields down.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Missile inbound. Aft hull breached.
Got the cell ID. Hang tight.
Are you kidding me?
Hostile craft inbound. Missile inbound.
Sorry, I have to ignore chat for a little bit while I'll clear out the good guys.
Inbound. Missile inbound.
Can't find the override panel. I'm gonna have to blast it.
Hostile craft inbound.
Let's take out some of these turrets.
Juno, I've got Ansel. We're heading back to the bay now.
It's kind of hairy out here, so make it fast.
Kind of. Oh my god.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded. Craft inbound.
We're out of the bay. Ansel is safely aboard.
Centerville Control. We have an escaped prisoner in Block 7G. All units engage any unregistered craft in the vicinity.
Jesus Christ. I don't think I can take on that many capital ships, especially with my damage. So at this point, I just need to try and survive.
Marla says I owe you a thank you. Hopefully, I can give it to you in person sometime soon.
Sturgeon's out of the picture. That'll be thank you enough. See you on the other side, Ansel.
Hold full.
You better get out of here, Juno. I'll see you back at the den when I've got Ansel safely somewhere out of the way.
Okay. Let's find a spot to... Okay, Belgrade it is. Alright, that was hair-raising.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles. Objective complete.
So let's take a look at my reputation. I'm still pretty lawful. But it does say there's hostiles nearby.
Bounty detected.
This is going to be tragic if I die to this thing. Gonna lurk in the back. Enjoy the stream. Thanks, Zankoshu. Sorry I had to ignore you guys for a while. Just, I'm sure you might have noticed I might have been off a little more than I could chew. Oh my god, are you serious? Okay, let's get some
Craft inbound.
big band.
Bounty detected. Hold full.
I don't know why I keep trying to get... it's because it's a reflex. Bet you guys thought this music would never work with space combat, huh?
I think we're clear.
Easy now. Docking request received. Automatic landing sequence initiated.
All right, that was bracing. And thank you, Uncle Cranky. That's a $20,000 repair because I tried to save some policemen. All right, let's see what I can sell. Not much. Okay, so I can get a good deal in Texas for the Narco Cola. I've apparently never sold block market weapons anywhere. Same with bioweapon. I'm gonna have to assume that the black market and bioweapons can be sold in the same spots. And apparently there's a very good price for sushi grade starfish. I definitely think if I go to Nevada, I can make some. Although I don't have any space for this, so it's kind of a moot point. The best I can get is about 2,000 for that, so it's not really worth it. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do instead. Let's go. Well, first of all, let's visit the bar because gambling is fun.
Pull up a chair. What can I do for you?
What do you say? Got any news I can use?
You overhear a lot in here. There's a spot somewhere around this location that could be worth a visit. Don't forget the favor now.
Appreciate it.
So obviously, I want to get to the story bit to explain why the hell we just got escape or helped this guy escape. It's basically so that we can get rid of a vicious leader for a pirate gang that we used to be involved with. But the game will explain it as we go by. So here's my deal with you. I am going to do a game of 8-Ball because it's fun and it's why I like this game. But I'm also going to go longer than I normally do. So
You got your finger on the pulse around here. Any advice?
Seasoned mercs I know all say that it's best not to overdraw your power reserves. You put too much high-power weaponry on board your ship without the power plant to support it, you go dry pretty darn quick.
Appreciate it.
and this is why I accept the long reload time on the kinetic weapons.
I'll drop in the next time I'm around.
Local market's actually not bad in terms of telling you things to buy and sell, but the fact of the matter is I don't have a lot of cargo space, so unless I have like super high margin gear or items, it's not really worth it.
What do you say?
Greetings. How about a game of 8-Ball to pass the time?
All right, so if Johnny Big Time is here, then I'm going to whiff a bunch of major shots, and I'm going to feel bad. And if Johnny Big Time isn't here, I'm going to play the game of my life, and for whatever reason, the stream's going to, like, break.
Yeah, why not?
Perfect. I look forward to it.
Hey, Strateger. All right, my trigger's not working again. I scratched on the brake. Nice. That means you automatically win, right? I might have to get a new controller. I bought this controller for Dark Souls. I could buy another controller for Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I get to break and that's it. One controller for each game. Also, thank you for answering the question before, Strateger. I'll confess, I'm a little confused about... so my question was about a couple of columns specifically, so I think I misunderstood what you originally wrote. But like, I don't need to litigate that here. Obviously, Twitter's one thing and stream's another. But I appreciate you reaching out, because the number of people who are capable of answering that and willing to answer that and know that I exist, the intersection of those sets is pretty small. So I'm happy for any assistance I can get on that. Yeah, by the way, for those of you who don't go to Backbeat Radio at least once in this game, you have not played properly. It works in like every environment. I think this puts me in a slightly better position when for the follow-up. That's assuming I sync it, though. Damn it. Spacking my controller when I'm saying it's not working properly is probably not the smartest thing I could do. I kind of want to do another game of 8-Ball after this. God damn it. I'm doing another.
God damn. I'm sure it was only a momentary lapse of fortune.
I don't even care if you get more of my money.
That's the way it goes. What do you...
8-Ball is the game. Are you playing?
Yeah, why not?
Wonderful. Shall we begin?
I'll admit, out of all of them, I probably like the Dice Poker the most. I didn't notice that was stripes or solids that went down. I'm just going to take a minute to count them. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 solids. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stripes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 up. Okay. 1 stripe, 2 stripe, 3 stripe, 4 stripe, 5 stripe, 6 stripe. Solids. 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I going crazy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what was the thing that fell in the pocket? You're about to clarify. At least I don't have any insight into their system, but it's reasonable. Okay, yeah. So I get it now. Yeah. So my specific question. Yeah, so what I have is this is kind of on me for not being clear, but I also want to be sure that I'm not giving away more than I should on the details. Okay, this is either going to be amazing or I'm going to feel like a complete idiot. Ah! I was hoping that I would like kiss the brown stripe into the pocket and then have the yellow lined up for a really good follow-up. It didn't turn out that way. But yeah, so what I've got, I have a bunch of Steam sales data, but it's not for something that I have worked on. And so as a result, I don't have like a data dictionary for what those columns mean. And I'm able to infer based on like the names of things. But if one of the columns is called purchases and activations, that implies to me that it's counting things that players like have bought on other storefronts. There's definitely markers for things that have not been bought on Steam. But given the fact that there's going to be an interaction with something that Steam controls, which is the wish lists, it's interesting to me to know whether or not they're counting activity that only happens on their platform, or if they're saying, you know, I wish listed your game, I bought it some other place other than Steam. Because obviously that's going to be informing developers in terms of like, here are the people who wishlisted your game and also bought it on a place where you don't need to spend the 30% to us. So, you know, it'd be really helpful for me to be able to distinguish between that, but I don't want to assume incorrectly either. But then I said I wasn't gonna litigate the point, but yeah, that was the specific issue that I was running into there, which is there's a very specific variable I'm looking at, and there's an assumption that I can make about what that description means. But it would be nice to have someone who has sort of a working knowledge of those data sets, you know, to clarify that, yes, the straightforward interpretation is there. And one of the reasons I mentioned that is for those of you who've had to do an econometrics class, particularly at like not particularly at a higher level, because that will be like a set of maybe one person who watches this channel. But there's a reference textbook called Green, and it's got a credit card data set. And there is a definition that is in that data set that doesn't actually seem to be true. And there's like a debate about it. Green is still alive. But so far as I can tell, that contradictory definition is an open question for like everyone who works on that data set. And pretty much if you get a copy of that data set, it does like the evolution thing. It teaches the controversy as opposed to trying to come down one way or the other. So in the absence of sort of official documentation, I didn't do what I wanted it to. I kind of put it out to the ether and saw if I could kind of do a Hail Mary. Anyways, that is like a conversation that will be relevant to like 1% of the people watching right now. So sorry to talk shop. At the very least, I'm kind of holding my own against this guy this time. I'm going to whiff this one though. Oh, not even close.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, now it's playing more like it did at the start.
I see.
Okay. It's good to talk shop. We don't have much knowledge of the subject matter people are talking about, and it helps spread info. True. I mean, I think the thing with Stream though is that if a developer is going to stop by, it's usually someone whose game is being played. So I'm I'm kind of I'm not necessarily optimistic about my prospects in terms of the problem getting solved. But you're right. I mean, it's interesting stuff on its own. I am definitely looking into talking with the source of that to see if there's information that I can like pass on, like turn into a blog or something like that. But I was given access under sort of one set of assumptions and sort of priorities. And obviously I'm not Darth Vader. I'm not going to, alter the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. Obviously, I need to have a talk with them about what I'm allowed to talk about and what I'm not. Stream crashed, so you missed some things on the end of my rambling, but got me. Yeah, I mean, it was just mostly a ramble. What I guess the best I can say, because you're here, I wanted to make sure that one, I wasn't misunderstanding you, and two, to say thank you. Because obviously if I'm asking you clarifying questions and not thanking you, that might come off as kind of dickish. So I'm glad I have the opportunity to do both. I don't think this is going to work, but let's give it a shot. He's probably got this, but let's see. Ooh. I mean, I'm not really in all that great of a spot, but there's a small chance that this will work. Yes! Oh, thank you, Stratager.
If I were impolite,
So now I know that.
suggest you had
Now I know that Johnny's not in the
I
channel.
think that's all I got time for.
Oh, right. There was one other thing I wanted to check, which was the system map in terms of places I can sell my ill-gotten gains. I think we'll jump back to the next mission spot. I've got what I needed, which was oh, I don't have any mission right now. Okay, so that means I am going to do the sector map. Let's look at some of the nastier parts of the... Oh yeah, actually we said Texas is where I could sell some Narco Cola. Was it Austin? It doesn't tell me. I have to be at a... Okay. I think we'll head to Austin.
How's things on your end?
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm definitely not gonna ask a question and then, you know, have someone help me and then, like, not get the clarification. Like, that would be a bit,
Aw, shit. Ambush.
Hostile craft entering the area.
That's kind of like that. I've never been fond of the performative question. I mean, obviously, if you go through enough school, you're gonna see a fair share of those. But it is definitely a case of me just trying to be clear. And in the case of, I mean, obviously, my point of contact is going to be whoever originally gave me the data. But the trick on that is. They're busy, and I don't want to, the point of this is to help someone out, not become an even bigger burden. So if I can sort some stuff out on my own, that's better. If it's something that I can't solve on my own, then obviously that's something I do need to talk with them about, and we'll get it sorted.
You sure pulled my ass out of the fire. Here's something for your trouble.
Looks like we're in the clear.
Juno? Marla here. I've got Ansel safely parked for now, which means we can move on to the trickier part of this whole thing.
All right.
Because the last one was so easy.
Word's already getting around about the prison break, but one or two of the jacks I trust are going to make sure Durgan gets wind of it. More than that, they're going to tip him off about Ansel's hideaway.
Hang on. Want that...
Oh, did I just interrupt the...
Destination reached.
Enough. But I won't lie, it's gonna get a little bloody. In the meantime, you'd best head back to the den. Watch for Durgan to make his move. Go along for the ride. And when it all hits the fan, be ready.
Sorry,
Watch your back out there, Marla. I guess I'll see you when it all goes down.
I didn't think I was going to interrupt the comm. All right, Wyvern's Hill, thank you very much for the chat. It's especially for everybody who's been sort of sharing a little bit more knowledge about how what Freelancer was like and each of these details. Because again, I'm only ever going to know about them secondhand, right? So it's been cool to be getting all these different perspectives in terms of the inspirations for this game.
Granted, you are now entering an automatic landing zone.
Actually, with that in mind, when I said that I was like a later start, it was the same project I was working on. That I was at 99% CPU utilization, and I wasn't playing Microsoft Flight Simulator, so that was the same thing then. All right, this is a manageable price for diamonds, or is it? If I do undo, yeah. What am I thinking? 1065 isn't a good price. None of these are good prices. Is there a dice poker? There is.
So, what are we playing?
I think this is the same guy we played against last time.
How about a quick game of dice poker?
What have I got to lose?
2,200
Right,
credits.
Ready to play?
Oh, I thought that was 2 pair. Okay, let's hang on to that king. Oh, God!
Well, don't feel too bad about it.
Another hand?
All right, then.
What have you got? Let's see here.
Okay. That didn't help me.
Let's see here.
All right.
Ah, come on.
Better luck next time.
Unbelievable. All right.
Maybe some other time.
Another time, then.
So I do want to get back onto the main mission, but I do also want to start unloading some of this contraband, because the more...
This might be worth a listen.
Oh, this is a good one. Okay, we're not going to Juarez yet.
Destination reached.
This is another one I have a tendency to sing along with. And no, it will not be Twitch Sings Rebel Galaxy Outlaw.
If you was looking for trouble, you found it.
Craft
What have we
inbound.
got here?
You're dead, girl. No, no, no!
Craft inbound.
Yeah, well, you'll only be imagining it.
Nothing left but dust.
All right. I do want to take the opportunity to just try and sell what I can. I know Hobbs tends to like religious tracts and hall evangelism videos. Actually, black market weapon. Okay, never mind then.
Let's mix it up.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
All right then.
Boom.
That would have been a good one for a screenshot. I don't know if that's a distress beacon or valuables. Yeah, those are valuables.
Destination reached.
Juno Markev coming into dock.
For those of you, we were talking, I know it was Wyvern's Hill, so I should have brought this up before, but we were talking about the engine and, you know, some of the classics being done in this engine. This is actually, the rendering engine for this is the Ogre engine, so it's a little bit different from, say, something like Unreal or Unity. Those are going to be sort of full development environments, whereas Ogre is very much concerned with getting images on the screen. You know what? At this point, I think I'm just going to dump everything that I can. I know the Narco Cola I can sell at, where was it? Was it? Oh, Amarillo Mining. Okay, good. I'm trying to remember if there's a demand for that. Okay, Negadochus wants soy paste, but does Amarillo want it? They do. Okay. Again, might as well make the most of the cargo space. But yeah, so the rendering engine is Ogre, which is basically a free and open source rendering engine. Again, Unity and Unreal are going to have a bunch of other tools for things like audio and whatnot. Ogre, you sort of need to put in all of the
Easy does it, girl.
all the other details and such. But it's, I mean, this is the thing that's so interesting, right? We talk about really active modding communities and such. And what's a really encouraging thought is the fact that, I mean, a lot of games that we've enjoyed can and do get made by modders, like the line between a modding like a modding project and a full-fledged game has definitely been blurred when you consider stuff like, you know, Dota, PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, Teamfight Tactics is one of these examples of, like, you know, a genre coming out of a mod for one of the games that came out of modding. And so to a certain extent, you know, the people who are maintaining these really these storied and really, you know, games that still hold up, to a certain extent, there's always the possibility that somebody might actually kind of go the extra mile and see if they can maybe realize something that they haven't been able to do in the old game, right? I mean, one of the reasons why you would potentially want to bring on some of the more modern technologies so that you can do things you couldn't in the old game. And so, you know, it's possible that we'll see some of these modding teams, now that there's been a proliferation of tools to sort of realize these visions. You may see them decide to kind of go for their plus version and pick up something on their own. I mean, like Pavonis Interactive did Long War for XCOM and XCOM 2, but of course they're now moving on to their own project. I can't remember the name offhand. It's curses. I wish I remembered. Something Invicta. I think Terra Invicta, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since I've heard about that, actually, so. It's got a reveal trailer now? Kickstarter imminent, but it said that last time I was by there, so I don't know what the current state of things is. Okay, so what I want to do here is I just want to see, I can get pure water at a decent price, so I want to see whether or not there's anything along the route that will that suggests that picking up the pure water will help. Okay. Where did I last sail? Montana. Montana is nowhere, well, not exactly nowhere near, but it's definitely not on my way. So I think in this case, I will still stop by the systems on my way. But I'm not going to put any special effort into doing any kind of a trade run. And I have a feeling I'm just going to pay a lot of, I'm going to wind up paying a lot of docking fees to no real benefit.
Destination reached.
By the way,
You're back out there.
Does anybody have a preferred, like, music station? I pretty much like all of them. I think Stinger is the good default option. But if anybody has a preference for music, I'm happy to spend some extra time on whatever the people's choice is. I think it said Cranky's playing Hades, so he's got a comparable soundtrack of his own to listen to. But the rest of you, I'd like to keep into some good tunes.
Inbound.
Yes, I deliberately waited before I did the autopilot. I didn't want that to go quiet. Where is this again? Oh, looks like I gotta deal with someone. So I'll admit, just from a firepower standpoint, I'm pretty happy with how this performs. The other big reason why I like my kinetic weapons is that as opposed to hearing kind of the pew pew of a laser, having a big loud soundtrack like this, plus the sound of cannons firing, definitely works a lot better for me. Being able to hear something a little bit boomier sells me on the fact that I'm using an instrument of war. As long as it's not pop style or jazz big band, I'm good. What, Olaf? The big band channel is amazing on this one.
Someday this thing is just gonna shake itself apart.
Craft inbound.
Are you trying to suggest that while you're listening to, in the middle of space combat, hearing some boom, 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 that doesn't get your blood pumping?
Entering the area.
Are you suggesting that it is not your tempo?
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
Alright, we'll help our fellow man here.
Destination reached.
Looks like they're in a bit of a fix.
Not as much as Viking death metal
I
does?
seem to be in a bit of trouble.
Ah, crap. He's just gonna...
Use your help.
So he's just gonna leave us, he's gonna leave us some goods. Although we did just clear out the inventory, so... 1812 Overture. I would be all over that if that was in the game. Sadly, it is not. Although again, I will mention, for those of you thinking about streaming this, they do have a streamer-friendly audio option. So for those of you who want to buy this game and...
You got my thanks. It ain't much, but I hope this will help you out.
are looking for even more reasons. The soundtrack is even more detailed than, or expansive. I don't know what the right term would be. I'm just using the I'm using the streamer limited one for the stuff that they couldn't get the rights for broadcast for. So one, I really like the fact that Double Damage actually bothered to make the effort of covering that. It's one of the reasons I haven't gone back to Old World, actually, is because it's I love the game, but
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
like everything that I do for that game gets banned on YouTube because the soundtrack isn't licensed. So that's fine. I mean, I'll mute the music at some point. But
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
it definitely came as a bit of a rude shock. So this particular game, Jesus Christ! I think these guys are on the same trajectory I'm on, so we're just stopping each other.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
No, that's a different. It's a different ship.
Destination reached.
There we go. But yeah, I mean, to me, it's one of these examples. Like, in my opinion, Twitch should be the one who's actually covering these licensing requirements, but they're not going to. They don't have any incentive to entangle themselves with these kinds of
Always gives me such a split.
with these kinds of issues. So the fact that the developer's taken the time to work out the the licensing issues, and it's another thing that I don't need to worry about, just makes me more inclined to stream the game.
Destination reached.
Looks like trouble.
Assistance requested.
Okay, well, hopefully this will get me in good with the... Let's link those canon.
You will regret that.
There we go. Oh, that's a nice bounty, too.
Received.
So hopefully the comp survives and I can have a friend on the force for all the contraband I'm carrying.
Bounty detected.
Feel free to assist, citizen.
What do you think I'm doing? Yeah, well, I mean, so the thing for me is that streamers exist in a really weird legal space. So, like, streaming is built on a disrespect for intellectual property rights, right? The fact that it's beneficial to the developer in the sense of marketing does not mean that what streamers are doing is necessarily right. Like, it's up to the developer to decide whether or not they want people. I'm pretty sure I just killed that guy.
Thank you, ma'am. It's nice to know there are some good folks out here.
Just don't look at my cargo, please.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
The thing is, though, it's also pretty clear that the person who's benefiting the most from my channel and a bunch of small channels like me is not necessarily the individual content creators. It's the platform. It's YouTube. It's Twitch. It's the people who are able to take that 50% tax off of every subscription, right? And they're making quite a bit through the fact that they have not sought any permission to actually host this kind of material. Like, if there's a DMCA request, the thing that keeps them from getting sued is the fact that they're able to, to say to us, hey, you're not allowed to doing that. We received a complaint, so we're taking it down. So essentially, it's all upside for Twitch, YouTube, formerly Mixer, now Facebook. And essentially, all that they've done is they've left this little, this little disclaimer inside the. I wasn't going to go to this outpost, but I should probably.
Come share your fortunes with us.
Should probably drop off the cargo I've got.
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
So, I mean, the fact of the matter is that we've been able to find an equilibrium. Like, there's plenty of developers that are really happy to have very permissive streaming laws. or not laws, but kind of like it's a little bit like a lot of sort of our things like parliamentary procedure, or in the United States, like the rules of the Senate and Congress. Very little of that kind of conduct is actually enshrined in law. It's just more about how it's always been done. It's why when like Edison came in with a better, what to his mind was a better voting system, Congress immediately rejected it because what were perceived as inefficiencies in that system were viewed by that body to be essential to the deliberation, and that's why they rejected his invention right away. So similarly for Twitch, right? We sort of exist in an environment where, for the most part, developers see the benefit to what streamers do, and as a result, there aren't major legal issues that come up. On the other hand, it's also not a bunch of like small, scrappy streamers anymore. Like, obviously, I'm very small, and if somebody asked me to stop doing something, I would stop doing it. The fact that there is some serious money being made in terms of sponsorships and all of that, all of a sudden, you have to ask the question as to whether or not really the streamers are providing the value added. Like, there's plenty of people that are just happy to watch big streamers play a game. They have no intention of buying it at any point. It's essentially the entertainment is being provided from that streamer playing that particular game, and at that point, really, the game is an input to this production process for somebody who's making millions of dollars. And I actually wouldn't think that a developer would be unreasonable to say, look, I'd kind of like my cut. Now, the streamer's also fine to say, I don't think you're worth it, I'll just find something else. And as long as people are, willing to watch them, that's just the marketplace working, right? But I definitely think, like, if you're at the point where you're getting, like, some serious money from sponsorships, yeah, you probably should be asking permission to stream people's stuff. If nothing else, just to cover your liabilities, right? But yeah, I mean, then there's the practical side of, like, whether or not you're broadcasting music or something like that. Like, the fact of the matter is that Twitch isn't really going to feel it if a bunch of VODs get canceled because somebody decides to put in a DMCA claim. It does mean, however, that somebody's stream that they really liked is potentially going away, and in the end, that sucks for the individual creator. But the people whose responsibility, in my view, it should be to kind of get that stuff managed, just don't have the reason to involve themselves. By the way, I know, like, every streamer gets really upset hearing that I think that developers should be allowed to charge a percentage for using a game, but I think it should be ultimate. Like, my view is that just like a developer is allowed to say how much they want to charge us for the game, I think it's, if they want to set the price at streaming a game to $0, that's fine. I just think the conversation should happen. I just don't think it should be automatically assumed that that we're entitled to a game for broadcast. So as a result, like, I think more developers should say, we are totally cool with you streaming our game, as opposed to there being no statement about it and people just assuming that they're allowed to do that.
Craft inbound.
So I'm stopping by the other destination just to see if I can
shitheads.
Destination reached.
if I can sell some stuff first. I don't know why I did countermeasures there. All right.
Son of a bitch!
I don't get why my firing seems to work most of the time, but when I do pool, it doesn't actually fire the a shot.
That wasn't so bad.
Let me in.
Docking request received. Automatic landing sequence initiated.
Yeah, but I mean that's just a question of having like a blanket statement. Like, you know, musicians have been able to handle this. I think for the most part, developer, like, I can definitely see a boilerplate saying, you know, here is a threshold at which we're fine with you. Like, so in one sense, it's just the pure permissive view, which is to say, if you wanna, you know, if you wanna stream this, go nuts. You know, go with our blessing, and that would cover most of the situations. The next step, I think, would be anyone who, you know, would be someone saying is like, you know, if your broadcast through sponsorship or subscriptions has made more than $200,000 in revenues, right? The Unity light. So like Unity is free to use for any company that makes less than $200,000 in revenue a year. If you make more than $200,000 in revenue, it requires you to buy at least the Plus version, which is a $35 a month subscription, and then I think if you get an annual one, it's like 10% off or something like that. So like as a fraction of your costs, it's like nothing. And it seems to me that like basically that is, you know, that to me seems like a fairly manageable system, right? Like Unity's been able to enforce their rights to their licenses. You know, musicians have been able to enforce their rights to licenses. And in the end, in terms of enforcement, like all you really need to do is pay attention to the people who are big figures anyway, right? So if a big figure is streaming your game and you didn't get paid, you know, it's a lot easier to manage that. And you know, your licensing terms have effectively said, you know, if you're making less than 200,000, you know, go with God. So. But I mean, the dollar value is, you know, is kind of beside the point. Like, I think the easy thing to say is that clearly there is some threshold at which it ceases to be, you know, just a hobby, you know, and it's a proper business in which the game is an input to a very lucrative business.
Bounty detected.
And you know, if somebody wants to debate about, you know, should it be 200,000, should it be, you know, 600,000, do you need to be making $1 million? It's kind of the principle is the idea rather than trying to say, you know, this is the specific number. It just so happens that those are the Unity terms. 200,000 is the magic number for them.
This is Juno, call sign Bandit 24, requesting clearance to land.
All right, so am I can't remember. Yeah, I'm free on cargo, so we can do the story. And actually, just before I do that, I am going to still hang around for a bit longer. I'm not wrapping up, but because I am going to go later, I had a lot of coffee today, so I am going to expel the coffee, and I'm going to leave you with the awesome soundtrack for a bit, okay? See you folks in less than a minute, hopefully.
After a long haul through the bells, when you finally kick back in the rear cabin with a hearty plate full of reconstituted chipped beef and a 3-month-old magazine, you know what you're gonna reach for to put a lid on the day. An ice cold can of Red Star beer. We take ordinary exhaust condensation and process it with our proprietary filtration technology and a secret blend of malt and hops to produce a beer that satisfies exactly the way you need it to. No fuss, No extraneous flavor. And common sense value. Red Star Beer. Because we all know, halfway through the second six-pack, taste just doesn't matter.
Red Star Beer reminds you to drink responsibly. Do not drink and fly.
I heard the commercial turn on right as I was walking away from the screen, but I'm glad that you got some music. All right, where'd I put my controller? Here we go. I'm playing whenever I play at night, like I just have all the lights off. So it's always an adventure. First of all, going to the bathroom because turns out that toes are for finding furniture in the dark, and then if I don't put my controller in a spot where I normally go. And given the fact that I don't normally play with a controller for most games, there's this panicked search to try and find out what's going on. There's also the panic that I mute the game and not the mic, and that, you know, some embarrassing sound in the background, or I get to talk about like what I really think about somebody in chat or something like that is. But so far I've avoided the humiliation. All right, I'm going to chat with the bartender first just to get some info, and then we'll talk with Durgan.
Just passing through. So, what's the skinny?
There was a rumor going around about something stashed out of the way. They did let slip the coordinates. Maybe worth a look.
Thanks. You got your finger on the pulse around here. Any advice?
The real problem with energy weapons is the central power system ships use these days. You draw down all that energy when firing, and then there's nothing left to make an escape with. You stick with an accelerated slug weapon, and that isn't a problem. Well, sure, there's the drum reload, but that's a small price to pay.
Huh.
That lady's talking a lot of sense. All right.
I'll drop in the next time I'm around.
All right, thanks for the chat.
You show up, and suddenly the shit gets stirred up.
What the hell are you talking about?
As if you don't know. I ought to shoot you where you stand.
You're barking up the wrong tree, Chief. But go ahead if it'll make you feel better, if you got the balls.
If you weren't still hiding behind your mother's skirts, maybe I would. But for now, I think I'll just keep you close.
You ever gonna tell me what this is about, or is this the part where you keep making idle threats?
We'll see how idle they are. You're coming with me. Get to space. Kiddies, looks like our old friend Ansel wants to play King of the Hill, but I plan to still be standing at the top. He's got to be put down, and you're all with me. Little Bird told me he's holed up in Merlin. Here's the coordinates. We ride out and meet there and finish this. Let's go.
I thought it would have showed us. All right, there we go. Tell you what.
Pilot disengaged by craft proximity.
I don't actually mind the music, but I'm gonna try. Let's try the Jackal for a bit.
That's better.
You got it at the end of the song. Fair enough. Ah, crap.
Your assistance would be appreciated, citizen.
Trying to get the turrets first. Ah, screw it. I can get him in the back now. Oh, wait. This might work. Nice.
Target acquired.
Yeah, I'm ripping apart the... Oh, get out of there.
Feel free to assist, citizen.
Is this too poppy for you, Olaf? I haven't actually done the Jackal recently. Am I streaming tomorrow? Probably not, Dodge Viper GT. It's not my normal streaming day for me. Make his day, but no, I'm not deliberately trying to frustrate Olaf.
Well, that went better than expected. That looks
I didn't hear the cops say thank you, though. Maybe they got wiped out.
Better check that out.
I'm pretty sure I saw flashing lights. Yep, there we go. Oof!
Juno, what are you, blind?
Actually, asking Olaf's music preferences is one of the ways I sneak him out of lurk mode. I'm pretty sure the cop just friendly fired me.
Shit. Got it. Huh. Better check that out.
Huh. So I'm guessing the police just don't like me enough here.
That looks interesting.
How about I put it this way? Oh, also you're back. You didn't get coffee, got some ice water. Oh, fair enough. I was asking if the Jackal was too poppy for you, Olaf, but I think you're probably getting your ice water instead. I actually got a drink of water myself. But yeah, so here's what we're gonna do. If the music is grating on you, let me know in chat, and I will change it. That'll be the new rule. So we have the opt-out rule, and if somebody particularly likes one channel, I will entertain requests. But I'm gonna try and put some, like, I really like the default stinger, but I don't want it to be too samey. Who's this? I don't even... Oh, Red Devils. Okay.
Phew.
Stinger or this one?
Hostiles.
Yeah, Stinger's the default, and honestly, like, pretty much all of my favorite songs on... Holy crap.
Forward shields down.
Let's crank it up to the ships. Okay, I gotta get out of the... I gotta get away from the capital ships. Oh god, there are so many. Okay, I just gotta pick a direction and move.
Missile evaded.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around just to try and get a little more shields in the front. I don't mind capital shield ships. I do mind more than one. Looks like the back shields are still, or aft shields are still struggling. So right now I'm cruising back. I've just turned it around. God damn it. So again, we've turned off any of the guidance. This is really hard to do, by the way. You have to hold down the B button. But it's given me a little bit of time to recharge. My front armor's ripped up and we're going to be going on a story mission soon. Alright, screw it.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
I really thought I was going to be able to... Holy crap. I don't have anything left.
Missile inbound. Aft hull breached.
I think I'm dead.
Heavily damaged.
That's how we keep prices so low.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
They're doing such a good job of just ripping through my shields with 2 sets of swarm missiles.
Right out of this.
Okay.
Anyway, if you're in the Arizona area, head on down Flagstaff way.
So I gotta go. First thing I want to do is take out those turrets if I can.
Missile evaded.
So the idea here is that I'm dueling with them on the on my shields lasting longer than their ability to take out my shields. Okay, there we go. Oh, be careful. Beauty. I don't know what happened to the second capital ship, but I don't miss it.
Destination reached.
There he is, girls and boys, and he's mine. You take care of
So I gotta watch my aft shields.
The bloodier, the better.
Craft inbound.
Durgan, even keeled as usual. The Jacks deserve better than you, and I aim to see they have it.
You, Marla, and a couple of low-kill scrappers are gonna make that happen, huh?
Craft entering the area.
We sure as hell will.
Let's end it, Durgan.
Missile inbound.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's capital ships again.
Missile evaded.
I'm taking way too much on the aft. I'm kind of scared now.
Starboard shields down.
My beautiful ship.
Okay.
This is the end for you.
Missile inbound.
Ah, shit.
I gotta get the power up. As long as I can... Oh, not looking good.
Don't you worry. This is gonna be over real quick.
I think they're right. Oh! Yeah, I don't think I can survive this. It's too much. If I didn't take so much during that previous fight, I could have gotten through that, but what I should have done actually was gone to the targeting computer and prioritized targets. All right. Hey, thanks, Dodge Viper GT. I kind of screwed up the dismount though.
Destination reached.
I probably could have gone a little bit earlier on the shield in Merlin.
Someday this thing is just gonna shake itself apart.
All right, Dodge Viper, have a good one.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
Not this
Missile
again.
inbound.
This time I'm just gonna lock in on this guy because the swarm missiles are a little too much. I think I was mistaking this guy for a capital ship last time, but it doesn't really matter if they can provide a second set of. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna disarm this one next.
I'm getting ripped to bits. Somebody help!
Yeah. You're not the only person who hates this thing. Okay, Whoa! I'm pretty sure that counted as me hitting its like exhaust. That's a risk with these ones. Okay, I should be able to take this thing out now. Although, again, I'm going to try to avoid the wake if I can. Not that guy. This'll work. Oh, no, it's not. It's going to wind up in the... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Ah, crap, I'm getting hooked again. I will admit, targeting on capital ships is a little tricky for me sometimes. So obviously we've taken a bit of damage on the cockpit, but nothing as bad as last time.
It's been a long day. You want something to take the edge off. Something smooth. Something smoky. You want Old Barrel No. 7 Green Whiskey. Crafted the traditional way, from cold-pressed proof max appendages and fermented in a damp
Looks like that's safely in the hold.
Ever since their ancestors began creating it as an industrial salt, they can't actually metabolize it, but they sure can make it. Here's Grandpa Profile, President and CEO of Old Barrel No. 7 Distilleries.
Ah, shit.
To assure you that wasn't a racial slur.
Gotcha.
All right, let's see. I don't think I'm as damaged as last time, so let's see if we can.
There he is, girls and boys, and he's
See if we can make
mine.
this happen.
You take care of those traitors. The bloodier, the better.
Craft inbound.
Durgan, even keeled as usual. The Jacks deserve better than you, and I aim to see they have it.
I'm gonna even out the
You, Marla,
power,
and a couple of low-kill scrappers are gonna make that happen, huh?
Craft inbound.
We sure as hell will.
Let's end it, Durgan.
All right, let's see what I'm up against. So, right, I was definitely suffering from the station. I shouldn't try to take that out. We've got the War Frigate, Hyena, Durgan, and the Hyena. Okay, so let's take out the Vandals first. That'll get me away from the. That'll let me get away from the station as well.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
Also, let's
change the beat. Gotcha.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
I'm close to getting Durgan.
Got lock.
Our shields down.
Nice.
Missile evaded.
Durgan's out of the picture. It's time to end this. Rack your guns and let this be over.
My aft's getting pummeled
We
again.
can put this clan back together.
Missile inbound.
Oh, cool. That ended the fight.
Tip of
Nice.
the hat.
Thanks for the assist. Doublejacks, let's head back to the den and sort this out. Juno, you're welcome to join us.
So I'll admit, Durgan was more a target of opportunity than anything, but I'm happy it worked out. I'd kind of like to stop by the outpost if I can.
Hey, you! Yeah, you!
Docking request received. Automatic landing sequence initiated.
So one of the nice things about the kinetic weapons that I'm using is that I pretty much can always have weapons at the bottom. I tend to be really, pretty extreme in the choices, so it's like always all shields or all engines. But in reality, even when I'm doing like the even balance, I should be automatically putting the weapons down to the bottom, just because in the end I don't need that much power to run them. All right. The mission log, visit Jesse's den. I'm gonna take a minute here and just see if there's any commodities I can sell at Jesse's den. Right, they kind of buy anything. Do I really want to try and buy a bunch of stolen freight? I mean, it's not really, the return's really not worth it. So I'll see if I can get a better price there. I'll also see if there's anything in the anything local or in Merlin on the mission board. Brave pilot needed to fight alone against Red Devil forces in Merlin. This is not technically considered an official suicide mission. Sure, I don't mind doing some more combat. Let's see... No Mercenaries Guild, huh? So again, I just wanted to find something that was on my way.
Look what we got here. A couple of assholes.
Destination reached.
You get lost, little team.
Missile inbound.
Alright, I'm clearly looking the wrong way. Ooh, I really could not afford that. Nice. Okay. The rest of this should be manageable. I was hoping to shoot that out of the sky.
Gotcha.
Missile inbound.
Can I shoot all of them? Yes. Missed one.
Our shields down.
Okay, now it's getting bad.
Come on.
I really need to pick a target at this point rather than try and get all these opportunities.
Our shields down.
God damn it.
Missile inbound. Aft shields down. Aft hull breached.
Oh, this is bad.
Systems heavily damaged. Systems
I think,
critical.
yeah, they swarmed me. That was decidedly worse than that other one that I was able to get through. That's fine, I'm getting tired. Round 2. And let's try... thanks, Olaf. So Stinger, the Jackal, Grinder. Let's try and go with Stinger again. I did pick Stinger, right? Not Silence.
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
Some heads to knock together. I've got the tracks to back it. This is Randall Vance.
I don't have time for this.
Destination reached. Bounty detected.
This ain't your lucky day.
Oh, I really need to finish that.
Missile inbound.
Okay, good.
Bounty detected. Missile evaded. Forward shields down.
Okay, I can handle forward shields. It's the aft that is going to screw me.
I'm gonna tear that tin can apart.
Aft shields down.
Alright, now I'm worried.
Shit.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded. Forward shields down. Missile inbound. Hull breached.
Time to die.
Alright, I am not as good at combat as I thought I was. Maybe I can run away at the start and so if I run away at the start, force them into a straight line, and then I can turn around and rip them apart that way.
Look what wandered into the slaughterhouse.
Okay.
Destination
This
reached.
ain't gonna go well for you.
Alright, that was maybe a little too much, but... I don't think I get to target him properly yet. They may not be chasing me.
My brothers and sisters in the void, I beseech you, in the name of the Lord, in the interests of our future, in the service of
Yeah,
all
25k
humanity,
is probably a little extreme.
the voice of God. All across the blackness of space, as men disfigure and despoil his creation.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
So great that it drowns out the voice of the Lord.
You just try and shake this.
So obviously I'll take care of the Foss on the side so that I can keep my aft protected.
Father God, he's waiting.
So this ad that you're hearing for the church, they basically believe that hyperspace is hyperspace travel is ripping apart existence. They're right, but occasionally you run into them to.
Missile inbound.
All right, this is gonna get a little scary for a minute.
Time to die.
Hopefully I can whittle down some of the little guys. I really needed that to connect. Okay, he's dead. So I've got a Barghast, Skrull. Let's try and take out the Barghast. I'm going to take a lot to the aft, but again, I'm hoping I can... I'm sort of hoping that I can seal the deal before it becomes a problem. Okay, he's dead. So I've got the Skrull, Foss, another Foss, another Barghast. I think in this case I'm going to go for the heavy guy. I almost collided. So I got a couple of missiles on him. Okay, good. So he sent a missile after me. That's going to hit my aft, and my ass. Barghast. Okay, so I should be able to hit countermeasures to deal with this missile. Barghast is going to be the last missile launcher, I think. And then the rest of the Fosses, they can whittle down my shields. But I think I should be able to see it through to the end as long as I can get out that last Barghast.
I'm coming for you.
I was so close to finishing that.
Don't look behind you.
Okay, we're good. So as long as I don't do anything too stupid with my aft shields, I should be fine. Alright.
Juno.
Surprisingly little damage after all of that.
You're as good as dead.
No, I missed one.
Got it.
Thanks, Olaf.
Got it.
I don't want the contraband. I just want the stuff I can legally sell, like people.
Hold full.
Alright, I think I am due for a rendezvous at Jesse's Den.
Destination reached. Destination reached.
Come into the bay. Don't hang around now.
Alright, we paid quite a bit in terms of missiles, but I mean we made more from the detention. I'll be honest, when I play on the on my personal save, I actually don't do oh, I completely forgot I had the EMP javelin. I don't even remember how to change between launchers. I actually don't do heat seekers. I tend to use the dumb missiles because I'm a little bit better at aiming, and they do a ridiculous amount of damage when you can make it work.
There you are. Juno, it's good to see you again, and in the flesh this time. I owe you a hell of a favor.
Happy to see someone with a level head on their shoulders running this place. That's enough for me. And it's all Marla's doing anyway.
Couldn't have done it without you, Juno.
You're welcome here anytime, Juno. I don't get the impression you want your old spot back, although I figure Tatiana would like nothing better.
Nah, I got my own problems. I don't need to make my mother one of them again.
If you need any help with those problems, you let me know, Juno. I've got your back anytime.
Oh, I bet we got another companion.
I got work
Yep.
to do. This place isn't gonna pull itself back together on its own.
You've unlocked a buddy character. Would you like to make them your new active buddy? You may change your active buddy by visiting them at their home station. I'll say no for now. I'm okay with our breast people. Alright, I guess there's no story missions for us to do right now. I am kind of debating about wrapping stuff up, but tell you what, let's find at least one more thing to do. I don't even really care what that thing is. And depending on what the game serves up in terms of things to do, it'll determine how much longer I stream. Let's start by going to New Mexico. Well, hang on. So if I go to Nevada, human organs. Okay, where can I get a good price for human organs? I seem to remember there's a pretty good... Alright, alien specimens. So who pays up for alien specimens? Or no, hang on. They pay up for alien specimens. I just need to find a source for them. Nope, Colorado looks like they sell alien specimens. I'm gonna go the long way. This gives me a chance to have more encounters.
Destination reached.
Your human organs are safe, Olaf, don't worry. So I'll do, well, I'll call this like a cargo run for alien specimens. And I'll basically do whatever sort of emergent opportunities come up. So,
wrote up a will this morning.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
ooh, exciting. So, you know, if a good bounty comes up, if there's a chance to, you know, if there's an interesting mission on the way, I'll definitely take those opportunities. But the cargo run is the ostensible reason for going to certain stations. Oh, I think I just hit a cop. I should have cleared out those last couple of shots so I could have reloaded while I was acquiring the target. Alright, there goes my port shield. I thought I had him. Oh, I love this song. In fact, I like it so much. Let me know if it gets too loud.
inbound.
Looks like that's safely in the hold. Okay, let's do this.
Destination reached.
Oh, there's still a hostile. So basically, max engine is free boost forever. At least with this configuration. So
That just never gets old. Gotcha.
Hold full.
The devil's got you beat.
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
So obviously I said I was going to take advantage of any opportunities that came up, so...
Destination reached.
Plus we have a little time left for a fight song.
I'm getting ripped to bits. Somebody help.
Oh, I thought I had him. Hold's full, forgot. This song isn't bad, but I feel like I need something appropriate for combat.
Let's see here.
Just kidding.
Thanks for your help. Let me give you a little something for it.
How much did I get? 4,000, that's not bad.
Destination reached.
Marker. The trap is sprung. Ruth's signature has triggered one of my trackers in the Louisiana system.
That's good news. I was getting a little impatient. Where am I looking in Louisiana?
That's 200
Not have a
K
precise
away.
location. However, a professional acquaintance in Louisiana should be able to lead you in the right direction. She is called Sharky, and she tends to haunt Lafitte. I recommend getting in touch with her there.
How will I know her?
She is difficult to miss, I assure you.
Thanks, Satchel.
Alright, so I'm actually already on my way to Louisiana. I do have a full cargo hold though, so I'd kind of like to dump all of that before I go too far.
Of course not. Drop into one of
We've
our
unlocked a
many
buddy
convenient
character. Would you like to make them?
locations throughout
No,
the
I'm
Dodge
okay without
system.
Satchel.
Pick up a 16-piece bucket or a Dillo witch.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna be stopping off at Lafitte Tech anyway.
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
Maybe this station.
Oh, this is still the same song.
Destination reached.
Dodge Sector traffic control, your request is granted. Please proceed to the designated bay.
So given the fact that we're on our way to finding Ruth, I kind of want to see where this is going. Glad I got a good price on steel. I'm just dumping all of this. It doesn't matter what the price is. I got it all for free, so...
Damn.
So much for that.
You must be Sharky.
Juno Markev. You know, I heard about you. Dad used to tell me stories. He's retired now, of course. I figured you would be too.
Cute kid. Aren't you a little young to be in a bar? Can I get you a Shirley Temple?
This is a family-friendly establishment. Didn't you see the sign? Anyway, it's been a slow week. I'm getting antsy. With your, you know, deteriorating reflexes, you need a hand with anything?
It's a good thing for you, you're adorable. I think I'll be all right once my arthritis dies down.
Oh, come on. Don't be that way.
I'm looking for a guy named Ruth. He's recently in the system, and I was told you'd probably be able to point me in the right direction.
How about this? You play me in a little game of Eightball. You win, and I'll help you out for free. I win, and you acknowledge the clear advantages of youth, and I'll let you tag along on a job, and then I'll see what I can do for you.
Okay, I actually really love this because I was busy talking about how I love how the game makes ports more than just purely mechanical, but you can do stuff that's fun that doesn't necessarily advance the story. And now I have to do a pool game. All right. I really hope I don't lose. And also, I'm kind of sorry that Sin isn't here because I think she'd like this character a lot.
Rock on.
Okay, if I don't pocket a solid, I'm going to cry. I don't do myself any favors on the follow-up, but... So admit, this is pretty optimistic, but... Oh, God, not even close. That also didn't set me up for anything on the reply. Oh wow, that didn't go through. I don't know, I have a pretty clear advantage at the start. I'm not sure this is the one I really should be going for, but... Okay, that turned out as I was kind of hoping. Oh, but I didn't do it right with the purple. I don't think this is gonna work, but yeah. Problem is, every time that I've tried to adjust on those, it also screws up. Oh, wow. She really blew that one. It's almost like I was playing. Okay. I really thought I had that. All right, we're going to be here all night. So that obviously that stripes really cramping my style here. So I got to smack this thing in such a way that it doesn't just like get. So ideally, I'd like to do something with the purple, although maybe I just keep that in place. But what I got to try and do with this setup is to also make it so that, I mean, it's hard to put this ball in a position that will inconvenience the other player. But ugh. Like these two pockets are pretty much closed off for me. This is a little bit of a Hail Mary, but there is an idea behind this. Yeah, I'll hit it hard. Oh God, no, that's not even close to what I wanted. That was a gift. Okay, clearly that wasn't as intended, but
That's what I'm talking about. Nice. Not too bad for a geriatric.
Fine. So maybe you're not as rusty as I thought.
Pay up. You were gonna give me some information I needed.
First, what's your interest in Ruth? I kind of like the guy, and I'd hate to send a hired gun his way.
We've got some unsettled business. He got the jump on me last time, but I don't plan to let it happen again.
If he got the jump on you and you're still around to talk about it, he already went easy on you.
Yeah, maybe. Neither one of us got out of it clean, though.
I guess all I'm saying is maybe you want to try a different approach. Ruth's a solid guy. Anyway, I'm a girl of my word, and he's hanging around Tallulah. Give him my regards. And if that arthritis ever flares up and you need some youthful energy, well, you know where to find me.
all right. So, like I said, I mean, I was debating on wrapping it up, but given the fact that we're on like a hunt route. I actually don't know how. I don't know how far into the story we are. So, given the fact that we're going to have an encounter with sort of the main bad guy, I can't pass up the opportunity. I don't feel like we're at the end because there's so many of the systems that we haven't explored yet, but.
Destination reached.
Juno Markev here, requesting clearance to dock.
I don't think I brought any goods, but I should probably stop by the marketplace just in case. Yeah, and I don't really want to buy iron ore.
Hey there, what are you having?
Hey,
We gotta put the photo down, and then order a whiskey, and then Ruth gets the jump on me.
Hey, what's the scuttlebutt around here?
You overhear a lot in here. There's a spot somewhere around this location that could be worth a visit. Don't forget the favor now.
Appreciate it. You've got your finger on the pulse around here. Any advice?
The real problem with energy weapons is the central power systems ships use these days. You draw down all that energy when firing, and there's nothing left to make an escape with. You stick with an accelerated slug weapon, and that isn't a problem. Sure, there's the jump reload, but that's a small price to pay.
Thanks. See you later.
Well, fly safe.
So I'm assuming that this guy's gonna have some dialogue in that. I'm kind of interested in actually finally encountering this guy.
Ruth, I made a promise I'd try to come at this from a different angle this time.
Perhaps we could make it through this exchange without you shooting me in the head. Do you think that might be a possibility? Do I need you to empty out your boots?
You stay on your side of the table, and we'll be fine.
Yes, well, I suppose that will have to do. I understand you believe I've wronged you, but I assure you that is not the case.
I had it on pretty good authority that you were the one who killed my husband. That seems like a pretty significant wrong.
If you think the Catholic counts as pretty good authority, then that doesn't say much for you as a judge of character. I've met your husband before, and while I wouldn't classify Brace as a good man, he certainly didn't need killing. I've got a balance to keep, and murdering your husband would have put me too deep in the hole.
What's with those rings, anyway?
These are my moral abacus, I guess you'd say. I'm no saint, but I like to keep things equalized. Some noble jobs to even out the dirty ones. A ring for every one.
That seems like a pretty screwed up moral code.
This from the woman who put a dent in my skull.
All right, that's fair. So you say you didn't do it. I'm not sure why I should believe you.
I didn't follow you down to the surface of Lubbock and ionize you. Maybe that's a mark in my favor. I'm suggesting that you consider the provenance of your information. The Catholic is tarnishing my good name. And maybe I've got something to say about that. In fact, I'll do you one better. I'll join you in shaking the truth out of him.
Sharky vouches for you. So let's say I take you at your word. We still gotta find the guy.
I may have an angle on that. I've got an in with the Louisiana Police Force. I'll check and see if there's any related activity registered. Why don't you take in the local sites, and I'll let you know what comes up.
I have a feeling I'm gonna regret this. It took me a hell of a long time to track you back down.
Ms. Markev, what has a man got but his word?
A gun, for starters.
You can depend on both of mine.
Oh my god, he transformed into a woman! Alright. That was a turn I wasn't quite expecting. It seems like a bit of an extreme turn, but then I don't know, we'll see where it's going. So I don't think it gave me a mission. I have to sit tight, I think. So I can still do what I was going to do, which was a trip out to Colorado to drop off some alien specimens in Arizona. Where was Louisiana again? I know I've been there. Oh, maybe it's not a system. Oh, I'm in it. Okay. Yeah, I'm still gonna head to Colorado, but let's see what I've got here. New Mexico's nearby. And then there's some in-system ones. Okay, so what's in New Mexico? We can destroy... This is a piracy one, though. Red Devil Intel, Callahan Robotics requests a pilot to perform routine patrol in the New Mexico system, investigate 3 designated coordinates, and report any hostile activity. This seems time-consuming, but I'll take it. And no Mercenaries Guild, sadly, so...
Here we go.
Destination reached. Bounty detected.
A heretic is among us.
So these are the guys who think that hyperlanes are breaking apart the fabric of the galaxy. I was like, why are there 3 targets? I'm like, oh yeah, because that was the mission.
Time to get into it.
Destination reached.
Oh wow, that is a lot of guys. Well, I guess there's a reason I was paid 27 grand for it.
Missile evaded. Evaded.
A fool awaits certain death.
Five shields down.
I don't know if I'm making it out of this one.
Tear you apart.
5 shields down.
Yeah, my shields are down too. Or sorry, shields are down, my hull's down too.
Forward shields down.
Good God, that's a lot of damage on the top of the ship. Okay, I need to start prioritizing targets. So that's 1 bar guys. Okay, let's target the bar guys for starters.
Shields down. Outlaw breached.
This is bad.
Systems heavily damaged.
I think I'm dead. Yeah. Alright, well, that's what I get for picking a mission that I thought was going to be easy money. I definitely thought I had a better, kind of a better combat setup than I do. Then again, I've also been making some stupid decisions in combat, so... So, what I think I can do here...
Oh, wow. You in the mood to kick a little ass?
You bet, Juno. Be there in 2 shakes.
Should be able to give me a hand with the worst of it.
Pilot disengaged by craft proximity. Bounty detected.
What's the closest thing we're up against?
That one's toast.
And Richter slides onto the stage to thunderous applause.
Track. This is Randall Vance, and I got something even better.
Bounty detected.
Oh, this may not even be where I need to be.
Hello, friends. This is Jimmy McKee. We got the finest selection in the...
Destination reached.
So there's that capital ship again. So let's try and find the closest and start taking them apart. What?
My lawyer advised me not to answer that.
Missile inbound.
The savings on to you. Amy McKinnon's. We're located conveniently in the London Belt, just outside of Austin orbit. Come on now.
Screw this, I'm out.
Bounty detected.
Oh, thanks for the assist.
Come on, Juno.
I should probably start taking out that capital ship in a minute.
Shit.
Bounty received.
So I kind of hate that I have to pause the action to target the beam turrets and such, but this is going to be what keeps me alive.
Hey, girl. If you were looking for trouble, you found it.
Not where I want to be, damn it. Slow down there.
Forward shields down.
Oh, that sucks. That's from too much collision. I actually just need to do the comm dish. I don't need to take everything out, but it's more fun this way. Alright, that was exciting. Oh crap, who's still after me?
Damn it, I'm burning up over here.
Seems like it's smooth sailing now.
Destination reached.
That looks interesting.
Okay, we'll get the goodies after we check out the comm dish. I'm pretty sure we're going to have some company. Oh, no, it's a minefield.
I believe I have a lead. The Catholic, otherwise known as Connor McCarthy, was recently released from a Montana penitentiary. I suggest we search the system.
Guess you are a man of your word after all. On it. Damn!
We should divide and conquer. You look for word in Belgrade, and I'll check Ravalli.
Roger.
So I thought I would be able to dodge a couple of those mines, but it looks like I got tagged in at the very end.
There we go.
So I'm trying to outrun these mines.
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
Oh, yes, I got the drop on them.
Destination
Ooh, that's
reached.
a lot of guys. All right.
Resources detected.
Well, Victor's working on him too, but... Alright, another capital ship on its way. I'm gonna head straight for the beam turrets. Oh wait, is that the comm turret?
Broadcasting
Oh, are you kidding me?
Come on. That's another one on Richter's kill board, yes ma'am.
This thing's gonna go up.
Missile inbound.
Alright, not great. Let's deal with this scroll.
Missile evaded. Missile inbound.
Oh no, man. I'm not dying today.
Our shields down.
Okay, I might have just killed myself trying to get that.
Missile evaded. Our shields down.
You're as good as dead.
Missile inbound.
So as long as they go for the port shields for a bit, they should be okay.
Missile evaded. Our shields down. Hold full.
Okay. We're starting to thin them out.
Our shields down.
Nice. Two.
Missile inbound. Aft shields down. Aft hull breached.
Oh, this is gonna suck.
Systems heavily damaged.
No, Shanzendo.
Port shields down. Systems critical.
Yeah. The missile got me. I don't know if it's gonna save the other two that we just did, so I might have lost a bunch of progress there. Yep. Alright, that's on me.
Hey, I'm calling in a favor. Can you lend a hand?
You got it. I'll be over directly.
I have a couple ideas about how to do this better, but...
Well. Fresh meat.
Destination
Look what we
reached.
got here. Let's see how this suits you.
Well, hello there, Juno. Miss me?
Oh, come on.
Ooh, this is gonna be good.
Close.
Well, leave a few for me, all right?
Gotcha.
You're nailed, girl.
Like fish in a barrel.
Missile inbound.
Not crazy about the missile, but we should be able to deal with it with countermeasures, and most of the threats are kind of spread out, so as long as I can avoid taking too much damage on the backside.
I got him right where I want him.
Capital ship. God damn it.
What are you, blind?
This one's going down.
I'm not close to the capital ship. I should probably start dealing with the turrets.
Oh, Richter is moving in for the kill.
Come on.
Alright. Is there anything else I can disable on this guy? Looks like there's another beam turret. Well, I'm probably gonna just wind up hitting the hull, but
Don't take all the glory now.
God damn it.
I think that's the last
That's
of
the
them.
wrong direction. Okay. Cockpit's kind of grim, but the overall systems are actually more or less intact. Sometimes my situational awareness isn't quite what it needs to be.
I believe I have a lead. The Catholic, otherwise known as Connor McCarthy, was recently released from a Montana penitentiary. I suggest we search the system.
Destination
Roger.
reached.
Okay, this is the one with all the mines, and also some loot, but I'll do staggered fire in case I feel the need to take out the mines, but I'm not gonna make them a priority.
Hey, you! Yeah, you!
I will boost the shields, though.
You need to keep some unsavory types out of your docking bay while you get a nice buzz on. Swing on down to Aunt Tanya's drive-through liquor and ammunition. We ain't gonna waste your time. Hell, you don't even gotta come through the door. We don't want to see your face anyway. And that's how we keep prices so low. 6 packs, 12 packs, 40s, and my own special moonshine blend. And bullets? Son. Don't come crying to me, though, if you get a few misfires. It's a discount for a reason, y'all. Anyway, if you're in the Arizona area, head on down Flagstaff way to Tanya's. Get lit and light 'em up.
So as long as I don't screw up this one, we should be okay.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
This is not the...
Well, look what wandered into the slaughterhouse.
Missile inbound.
So Hellcanoes used to be something that I dread, but now they're not quite the threat that they used to be. Is that it?
Bounty detected.
This ain't your...
Yeah, so it's the beam turrets that I didn't respect before.
A lucky day.
Destination reached.
What's shooting at me? Pretty much everything's already in range. All right. At this point, I want to take... Guys, I want to make the most of this first round of shields as I can. Now they're going to be working on my aft, so I'm not going to worry until...
This is going to go real bad for you.
So basically, the natural recharge should be able to take the front shields. And then I have the energy for my aft when things get too tough. I'm going to go for the scroll. They're tough, but I think Victor's got the bulk of the enemy dealt with. Oh, that sucks. Okay. I gotta charge up. That's a lot of missiles. I don't know if I want to go for another scroll before... What else am I up against?
A few from me, all right?
Okay. So I'm going to take a quick detour and hurt some beams. Part of this is just me getting an insurance policy if I need to run away. There we go.
Shit.
Missile inbound.
Missile away.
Missile evaded.
Son of a bitch!
So it looks like it's all turrets at this point. Let's see if I can swing by the comms dish.
Missile inbound.
So I'm taking a big risk doing this.
Evaded.
Okay, we can punch it.
Mission complete.
This is the end of the road.
Missile evaded.
I'm actually going to find a local station too to save that progress. Cool.
Destination reached.
Actually, you know, for all my panicking, we didn't suffer that much internal damage. There'll be a bit of repairing to do, but not as much as you might think. There's a side of me that would want to tell Victor to take a hike because of the because I've got another mission on, right now, but I don't believe that changes the cooldown. Like, it just starts the cooldown timer a little bit early. So in this case, I might as well bring him along. I might as well just bring him along for whatever the main mission's going to be. How much longer do I have? 10 minutes. Oh, hang on. Unavailable. So either he's with me or he's... It might be gone, actually. Normally he says when he's leaving.
Destination reached.
Hey, girl. Now that things have settled down over at the den, we're back to our more routine sort of problems. You got some time to lend a hand?
For you, Marla? Yeah, I can swing that.
Thanks, Juno. See you soon.
Oh, this is interesting. So this actually isn't something I was neat. I'm still heading to Montana first, but that's neat that they've given me two priorities.
Let's put some more marks on the kill board.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
Concentrate the flavor and give it the hearty crunch kids love. Food inspectors agree.
Wouldn't mind a hand taking out this mark.
So I always thought that was me accidentally taking out one of the ejected pilots. It turns out that that's actually just a noise that happens when you kill someone sometimes, or like blow up the ship, I mean.
Destination reached.
Did I screw this up? Ah, that's what I got wrong.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
God damn it. Damn.
Looks like that's safely in the hold.
The blue label's a little bit worth a bit more, but I'm happy enough to take some free real whiskey.
Destination reached. Craft inbound.
I'm also getting worried about police being in the system, even though I sold out my my contraband a while ago.
Lord, be with me as I strike them down from the very heavens.
Missile
Look,
inbound.
I think we can work something out.
Go think upon the mercy of the Lord.
Yes, if you didn't know, you can actually talk your way out of problems, but generally one does not play a a space fighter sim to negotiate.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
The bounty is tempting, but I'm going to move on to the target.
Destination reached.
Dodge Sector Traffic Control, your request is granted. Please proceed to the designated bay.
Exactly. At this point, I'm just kind of clearing out the hold, sort of as a default option.
Take a seat, friend. What's on your mind?
Just passing through. Anything particularly interesting happening these days?
Yeah, I heard something a little juicy. Supposedly there's something worth checking out around these coordinates. Maybe worth your time to investigate.
Thanks. You know what's up around here. Any advice for someone who's been away for a few years?
You can make some decent cash mining, but you'll need a mining scanner and the right extraction hardware if you want to make a real go of it.
Huh. Thanks for the drink.
All right, thanks for the chat.
All right.
I'm looking for a guy named Connor McCarthy. Sometimes calls himself the Catholic. You know anybody by that name?
You mean the greatest fool in the Montana system?
That's the picture that's beginning to emerge, yeah.
The moron has barely been out of lockup for a solar day, and he's been charging around blind drunk, talking up a gold heist to anyone who will listen. If you wait another day, you'll know exactly where he is. Right back behind bars.
A gold heist? Do you have any idea where?
They mine the gold out around the Superior Belt, but it's heavily protected, and he's hardly one for subtlety. Follow the sound of a firefight, and I imagine you can't go wrong.
Thanks.
All right, so looks like we're on our way to Marla. Now, there's actually a side of me that would really like to keep going with all of this. The catch is, so there's a side of me that also just thinks I've got an unbroken track record of like near 8-hour streams of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. The catch is, I didn't have dinner before I started the stream. I was too busy working on the thing. I've actually been feeling the fact that I have not had dinner for the past 2 hours. And I am already 2 hours past what I would normally do, so I think this is as good of a time as any to finish it. I don't know. I hope you guys like this game. I mean, I'm interested. It's always bad for me to ask this at the end of the stream because there's survivorship bias, right? Anybody who is still hanging around by the end of the stream is obviously into the game. So, you know, it's a tough tough one to say, but if you guys are interested in the game and seeing it in the future, I don't mind doing more of it. Obviously, it's been a while since May, and you know, it's a good game. This is actually the furthest I've gone in the story, so I kind of want to see where it goes, and I've been pretty careful not to advance on my private stream or my private game. I've been trying not to advance any further than I've gotten on stream. So, yeah, I don't know. If you guys would like to see more of it, let me know. That does include YouTube if you stayed for the whole experience. You know, that feedback's helpful. For those of you considering picking up the game, if you would like to buy it, it is for PC. It's currently on the Epic Store. If you use that affiliate link there, or if you go and you buy something on Epic and you enter in the creator tag SystemChalk, SYSTEMCHALK, I do get credited with the sale. The percentages actually change fairly frequently, usually up, because, you know, there's either special events going on or they want to do a push. So, I don't know, like, obviously, every time I do this game in particular, it seems like there's a big discussion about the Epic Store. It's not a statement that you should use the store, but if you have decided that you want to pick it up anyway, crediting the stream with a sale does help me with a little bit of money. I've noticed there has just overall been a bit of an uptick in terms of using it, and more importantly, even on games that I haven't streamed, games that I don't even own. And so there's very clearly a number of you who are thinking of me when you're making purchases, and I really do appreciate that. I don't look at those stats very often, but whenever I do, I'm always a bit surprised and delighted to see that people have been taking that up. So thank you for watching, and thank you for those of you that have decided to take advantage of the affiliate links, whether it's Humble or Epic. It does help me out quite a bit. So I'm just taking a minute here to find someone to host. I always like to pass it on to another streamer, ideally someone who's doing the same, a similar game, or someone who I like watching myself. So we still don't have anybody streaming Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. Now I know I've hosted this person a couple of times, but honestly, I really like this streamer. So we got Apocalypse. Yeah, thank you very much, Olaf. It's great to have you in here. I know you like to lurk a lot, but for me, it's actually really nice to be able to kind of have some back and forth with you, because I know sometimes I'm being a bit of a pest in Ari's chat. So the circumstances under which I get to chat to you aren't always necessarily the same when you're modding and I'm chatting, as when I have you in my own chat. So thank you for that. I do hope you guys stick around for Apocalypse. She's currently playing Fall Guys, which I realize some of you might be really tired of that game. It is currently the big thing on Twitch. But it's honestly, it's great. It's great to have you chatting, Olaf, but the concurrent viewer is always helpful. And as I was mentioning, some of your gifted subs decided to stick around for another month, so that really helped me out too. So thank you very much as always. I hope I get a chance to see you in RE stream. And thank you guys. It looks like all of you are coming along for the Apocalypse raid. So she's a wonderful streamer. She actually invited me to come on her podcast, so I got to talk about movies for a long time. I know some of you have been saying you want to hear me on a podcast, so you can check out her podcast if you want to hear that episode. And she's overall a smart cookie and just really good at the streaming thing. So see you guys next time. I will be back Monday at the latest with a little bit of Stellaris, and then on to Age of Wonders Planetfall, Morrowind on Tuesday, and then more Cultist Simulator on Wednesday. See you then. Have a good night.